time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is row 2. Captain Solo, Echo Base. This is row 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, you guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. Something different about him.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary.
'Tis but a scratch.
A scratch? Well, what's that then?
I've heard worse.
You liar!
Come on, you pansy.
Victory is mine!
Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
Cocainum.
I have you now.
What? You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
He saved us. He really did it. May the Force be with us.
Greetings, program! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. The Walt Disney Company's 2021 annual meeting of shareholders. Not My Star Wars live reaction. Glad to see everyone here. I can hear it here on another page. It hasn't started yet, but I'll be listening so that we can start with it. Hope everyone is well. As always, what a week for Disney. President, I'll be very mad. He is the new president. Latvian Ministries, as Disney officials, that is surprisingly accurate. Yes, it is. Totally not Dio. The conference will probably be about an hour long. Let's see. show you guys something. As you can see, they have it all hyped up. Let's see here. So we'll see what they have to say. It'll be a bunch of fluff, that's for sure. What were you saying? What are they going to do about Kathleen? She does not belong in the Star Wars theme at all. She knows nothing about it and shouldn't be there. Yes, she shouldn't. She's not going anywhere, guys. I'm sorry to say. Bob praised her, and she's not going anywhere. Some people are like, she's going to resign. Yeah, right. Why would she resign? She's the president of Lucasfilm, has all this money and power over Star Wars. The only way is if she gets fired. But at this point, she destroyed the sequel trilogy, broke all the fans, is coming out with rocks. They would have been fired if they're going to fire her. She's not going anywhere. In fact, count on them praising her today. Yep, and they're going to renew it. They won't. They would have, like I said, they would have already by now. She's cost them billions of dollars, millions of fans. Really need to do something about Kathleen Kennedy. Her stocks are going to go down so bad if they continue to keep her. Yeah, they go up and down. And by the way, that's because Disney constantly repurchases their own shares. Some people aren't aware of this, but it literally says it. Not only do a lot of us know this, but it literally says it in all their financial reports. There's money allocated to repurchasing shares. And in fact, if you look at the contract from, well, the press release from when they bought Lucasfilm, they paid him $2+ billion in cash and $2+ billion in stocks. And it clearly states in that press conference that with the intention of buying all of those stocks back, all those shares. So Disney does this all the time to inflate, to make it look like the stocks are up because they repurchase their own stocks. No, it's not. They've well proven to us that it's not. It's about their politics. It's about them wrecking stuff and putting their little messages into things because it's way beyond money at this point. They've lost billions. They haven't even made back their money from purchasing Lucasfilm, so it's way beyond money. Favreau and Filoni have done such an excellent job. Nah, I don't agree with that, but okay. I know a lot of people like them. I don't. Favreau, okay, but Filoni, it's a mess. Disney isn't worried about the market. They have been paid in digital renminbi. To Disney Plus left. Yes, they sure did. Okay, the meeting's starting. I'll pick up with the chat and we'll talk some more. It's usually about an hour long, so we'll see. Bob Iger, wow, he doesn't usually show up to these.
Our last meeting in person in Raleigh-Durham. And as you recall, there was already growing concern.
It's a little low, but that's as loud as it goes.
Spread across the globe. Now, with more than 500,000 American lives lost due to COVID-19 and over 2 million deaths worldwide, we grieve and also share in the concern for those who are ill or
Can you guys hear okay?
in other ways as a result of the pandemic. Fortunately, there is good reason to be hopeful with the ongoing distribution of vaccines, and like all of you, we look forward to better days.
Since he's just blah blah blah, I'll
for a company like ours that
go over
thrives
some
on
more
entertainment
chats
and
here.
generating happiness, it has been a very trying year. In fact, I think it's fair to say that this is
I can't imagine why. Yeah, why would they leave?
Memory, if
cancer that needs to be cut out
the Walt Disney
from
Company
Lucasfilm. Yes, absolutely. But that's not alone isn't going to do it. They need to totally overhaul and restructure Lucasfilm because it's a mess. You got racists, you got all kinds of assholes working there. The whole thing needs to be restructured. Kathleen is not the only solution. It's a big step, but just her is not going to change. It's still Disney, guys. It's still woke. It's still going to be the same nonsense.
Pride and a deep appreciation for the
Robert
very special place
Filoni,
Disney
get what Star Wars
occupies
is,
in the
can
hearts
does
of
not
people
think of how
all over
good the
world.
sequels would have been with
Touching
them at the
people's
helm,
hearts was
not
something
Kennedy.
Walt Disney
Eesh.
always
Dave
endeavored
Filoni
to do.
breaks canon all the time. In
along
fact,
those
Dave
same
Filoni
lines,
was on the
it's
set of The Last
important for
Jedi
me
and watched
that
Jake
Disney be among
Skywalker
the
happen.
most
So,
admired
no.
companies in the world. I
I
articulated
can talk
that
for the
goal
first
when I became
couple
CEO in
hours.
2005, and I'm proud to say that we achieved it.
Cool.
And I believe
Good to
that's
see
in
you,
large
James.
part because we've stayed true to our
Just read that
values
letter
and
you
high
posted,
standards.
KK.
In
God,
today's fast
Anakin for life,
ever-changing world,
yes.
managing a global brand
30-year-old
that serves
boy.
shareholders,
The Force
consumers,
is
and
female.
employees well can be very
Good to see
challenging.
all of you.
And we have
Wow,
managed to
61
achieve
people.
a
Very
delicate
cool.
balance by doing what we think
Annoying
is
Droid
right
from Solo,
and having
100%
the
Kennedy's
courage to
idea.
stand by our convictions.
The one who flew an
I can
SJW
recall
droid
being on
that
stage at
now
my
is a
first
Solar
annual
Falcon.
meeting as
Yep.
CEO in March 2006.
L337.
We were in Anaheim, California, and I told our shareholders, creating quality entertainment is our #1 priority at the Walt Disney Company today. And that
Creating
has held
quality
true
entertainment.
every day since.
She honestly called a
The high
30-year-old boy a
quality of our
man,
storytelling
a
is
boy.
evident in
She thinks men
everything
are
we
childish
do,
and
and I'm
infantile.
certain that will
Explains
remain
why
the
the
case
male
for the
heroes
next
of
100
canon were
years
butchered.
and
Correct.
beyond. This also reflects our strong commitment to creating rich, diverse content that best represents the world we live in. We must continue to preserve a vibrant creative environment and attract and nurture diverse talent.
I don't know if it's just audio. Usually they have
While I'm proud that we've
something,
made
but
meaningful progress in the area
I'm
of
sharing it
diversity and
directly, so I
inclusion,
don't know if
the
it's
fact is we've got a lot
they're
more
only
work
going to
to
do audio or what.
and it will remain a top priority. As I look to the future, I'm confident we will continue to thrive and grow as long as we keep doing the things that have made us successful thus far, remaining agile and willing to adapt and innovate, and never losing sight of what's most important. And that is the unsurpassed quality of what we create for people around the world. I'm confident my successor, Bob
Gonna eat
Chapek,
some noodles while we listen.
team will adhere to the same principles. We look forward to giving you a glimpse at the exciting things in store in the coming months, and Bob will have more to say about this in a little bit.
Oh, this is
With
gonna be
respect
good.
to the agenda for today's meeting, our General Counsel, Alan Braverman, will conduct the business portion first. Then the formal meeting will conclude, and Bob will make some remarks and take your questions. But before I hand it over to Alan, I'd like to take one final moment and acknowledge our independent directors, all of whom are here with us today. Starting with our lead director, Susan Arnold. In addition to Susan, we have Mary Barra, Safra Katz, Francis D'Souza, Michael Froman, Mel Lagomasino, Mark Parker, and Derica Rice. We're grateful for their hard work and their support. And now I'll turn it over to Alan for the business portion of the meeting. Alan?
Thank you, Bob. This meeting has been duly called and is being conducted in conformity with the laws of Delaware and the company's charter and bylaws. If you've already voted by proxy, you do not need to vote again now. If you haven't voted, or if you want to change your vote, you may do so during this meeting by clicking on the voting link on the virtual meeting website and following the instructions there. Copies of the rules of the meeting were provided on the virtual meeting website, and I would ask that everyone please respect those rules. We have 5 items on the agenda today, including 2 shareholder proposals. I will introduce each of the first 3 items, and shareholder representatives will present each of the shareholder proposals. Then the polls will close, and we will hear a preliminary report from the Inspector of Election and adjourn the business portion of the meeting. The company has retained Broadridge Investor Communications Solution as the Inspector of Election for this meeting. I would now like to introduce Belinda Masafra, a representative of Broadridge, and ask her to report on the number of outstanding shares present today and voting.
Thank you, Mr. Braverman. As of the close of business on January 11, 2021, the record date for this meeting, there were 1,814,263,808 shares of common stock outstanding, each of which is entitled to 1 vote. There are at least 1,056,926,384 shares of common stock represented by proxy at this meeting, which represents at least 58% of the total number of shares entitled to vote.
Thank you. Based on this report, I declare that a quorum is present and that this meeting is qualified to proceed, and that the polls are now open. The first item is the election of 10 members of the Board of Directors. Each director holds office for a term of 1 year. Each of the current directors is nominated for election at this meeting. The board recommends a vote for the election of all of the nominees. The next item is ratification of the appointment of
Who are the nominees?
PricewaterhouseCoopers LLP as the company's independent registered accountants for the current fiscal year, as recommended by the Audit Committee of the Board of Directors. David Johnson, a representative of PricewaterhouseCoopers, is here today to respond to any questions. The board recommends a vote for the ratification of the appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers as the company's independent registered accountants for fiscal 2021. The next item is the advisory vote on executive compensation. We are seeking advisory shareholder approval of the compensation of our named executive officers, and the board recommends a vote for this proposal. The next item is a shareholder proposal by Mercy Investment Services, Inc. and co-filers. The full text of the proposal is set forth in the proxy statement. I understand that Lydia Kukendall, a representative of the shareholder, is here to present this proposal, and I would like to invite her to do so. I would ask that she limit the presentation to 5 minutes at most.
Thank you, Mr. Braverman. Can you hear me?
They don't care about Star Wars. That's why they can't make up their minds.
Hear you. Your line is coming through. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I hereby move proposal number 4, asking our company to report on its state and federal lobbying expenditures, including...
No worries. It's okay. I don't expect anything from any of you, but I do appreciate it. By the way, the link in the chat, it's also in the description of the live stream, is for Stream Elements. If you do a super chat, YouTube takes a piece. If you do the Stream Elements tip, I get 100%, just for anyone, so you know. But I appreciate the thought. No worries. I totally understand.
As a result, investors are asking companies to commit to corporate political responsibility by disclosing all dark money payments.
Really lost opportunity there.
Use that money to influence policy. However, the Walt Disney Company does not issue a comprehensive report of its own direct lobbying. That data is scattered among federal and state regulators and is difficult to obtain. What we think that we know is that since 2010, Disney has spent nearly $40
Hello there.
billion
Thanks for being here,
on federal
Doyle.
lobbying. Disney's federal lobbying has been described as, quote, so effective that the United States changed its copyright laws
I love Tron.
in 1976 and in 1998.
Thank you, Tanner.
There's also incomplete disclosure about spending at the state level, where our company also lobbies. Disney's lobbying in Florida has been described
Greetings,
as
programs.
pound them out, protecting its cheese in the back rooms of City Hall and state government. Disney is required to report its lobbying and already has all this information. So
Hello,
it
Graham.
can easily
Welcome.
provide this to us, its shareholders. Additionally, Disney continues to argue that it has a high ranking in the CPA-Zicklin Index, a report that measures political contributions disclosures.
Maybe.
However, this argument is misleading since the report looks at political contributions, which has nothing to do with lobbying disclosure, which is what proposal number 4 is all about. We also believe that Disney's trade association payments used for lobbying could pose reputational risks.
No.
For example, Disney signed an agreement to work with
They're going to paint everything real pretty. Disney's doing great. Our stocks are up.
Yet the United States Chamber of Commerce, of which Disney is a member, undermines the Paris Climate Accords. For 2019, Disney paid somewhere between
This link is what I was talking about.
$1,001 to $500,000 in dues to the chamber, of which 20%
I'm working on it.
for lobbying. Disney also fails to disclose payments to 501c4 social welfare organizations.
Facebook user, I can't see your name. It's okay. But if you want, in the bottom of the Facebook description, there's instructions where you can add your name if you want to be seen. If not, it's fine. Thank you for being here either
And it
way.
is the arm of the Republican Attorneys General Association. Does our company make contributions to groups like the Rule of Law Defense Fund? We have no way to know because Disney fails to disclose its contributions to these groups.
I say tell Disney to kick
Disclosure
rocks.
Transparency is a safety mechanism for our company and its reputation. As we all know, quote unquote, what gets disclosed gets managed. Full disclosure of Disney's lobbying, including all third-party payments, will ensure proper oversight for a company's lobbying, and I urge stockholders to vote for this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Board of Directors has recommended a vote against this proposal.
Not
for the
anymore.
reasons set out in the proxy statement. The next item is a shareholder proposal by James McRitchie. The full text of that proposal.
No, that
is
just
set
inflates
forth in the
Disney.
proxy statement.
Got to sell them all.
I understand that Mr. McRitchie is here to present this proposal.
That or a
and I
massive
would like
buyout.
to invite him to do so. I would ask that he limit the presentation to 5 minutes at most.
Thank you, Mr. Braverman. Disney's unsuccessful request to the SEC to prevent you from voting on this issue argued that it's unclear how including non-management employees in an initial list of director nominees would increase board diversity. Diversity, they argued, is about demography, not who you work for. However, the proposal cites plenty of academic research and benefits. Giving workers a formal voice
Can't do anything about it. It's at full volume, man.
Capital, reduces turnover, leads to better informed decision making.
Sorry, guys, I have it at full volume.
And a longer-term focus.
Let me see
For
if.
example, the average tenure of Disney employees
Yeah, there's
is
just
9
nothing I
years.
can.
Directors only last about 6. Polling finds public support for workers on corporate boards. Why has there been such a push for board diversity? Here in California, we enacted laws requiring that publicly held companies, include board.
Is that any better?
board
Probably not. That's just my mic.
Underrepresented communities. There's a growing consensus that board diversity is imperative for a company's culture and public engagement. It improves financial performance. However, the legislature wasn't just motivated by profit. Fairness, inclusion, and a preference to take into account different perspectives. Different world views also came into play. Given that reality, let's look at just one example. Mary Barra ensures some degree of diversity on the board, on the Disney board as a woman.
Yeah, sorry guys, I can't do anything about the volume.
Barra earns $21 million a year at GM and $320,000 at Disney. How well can she relate to the typical Disney customer? How close is her worldview to the median Disney employee who earns $51,000? And let me note, that figure of $51,000 assumed all those furloughed employees last year continued
After
to
the
get
business
paid,
stuff, they said they have
but
some
they
announcements.
didn't. So that figure came out of Fantasyland. Hopefully, Tomorrowland will be different. Mary Barra's worldview and the worldview of other directors is closer to that of our CEO, who earned $14 million for 10 months worth of work, than it is to our employees, our customers, or our communities. It's ironic that Disney matches the charitable contributions of board members of up to $50,000 a year.
Good to see you,
Barra,
Andor.
for example, turned $50,000 into $100,000 for her
Welcome,
favorite
Graham.
charity. Remember, employees earn $51,000 only
Possibly.
by pretending they actually got paid while they were furloughed. So Disney appears very charitable to board members, but not to employees. Proposal number 5 would simply encourage Disney to start
Sure
with
have.
a more diversified slate of candidates.
Thanks for
Even if
being
the
here,
board
Richard.
ultimately nominates directors with the same background it does today. Think about it.
It'd be better than
Isn't
what
it
we have,
likely
but
that a Disney
they're not the ones,
employee
guys.
will bring more fresh insights to the board than another director with $60 million in assets?
Nah, there's nothing I can do.
My proposal.
That's
is an
the
opening
conference
move.
itself. It's not
I would have
me or
withdrawn it if the
my
board had
streaming.
agreed
It's
to any significant step to increase workers' voice. A
The,
worker on the board, a workforce advisory panel, or a designated director to be a liaison
Let me
with
see
workers
something.
could institutionalize ongoing dialogue. An employee stock ownership plan with trustees elected by employees could have real influence.
if you go to the
on board
bottom of the
composition.
description of this
Any of these
stream,
changes would
there's the link to
engage
what I'm
and
watching right
empower
now.
workers, leading
So
to
if
a
you want to
better
try to
place
listen
work
through your
and a more
speakers or your
profitable company.
headphones yourself, you can maybe
Instead,
adjust the volume
Our
there.
board
But
refused
unfortunately,
to
that's
negotiate
as
for stock sought to exclude the
As
proposal.
loud as I can get it through here.
Thankfully, that bad faith legal maneuver was denied. This proposal is an opening move. I'm interested in hearing from other shareholders, especially Disney employees. Email me at jm@corpgov.net. That's jm@corpgov.net. And if you haven't voted in favor of proposal number 5,
You got to do
please
story
do
first.
so now. Thank you.
Thank you. The Board of Directors has recommended a vote against this proposal for the reasons set out in the proxy statement. The polls will now close, and I would ask the Inspector of Election to give us her
It's hard for a lot of
report
people
based on
because
the
they're so in
proxies
love with
received
Mickey
by the
Mouse for so
opening of the
long that they
polls
can't
at
believe, oh
today's
my God,
meeting.
this could actually be happening.
Inspector, may we have your
Always be
preliminary
realistic in
report?
life. Always look at everything.
Thank you, Mr. Braverman.
Don't just assume
For
things are
item
perfect.
1, the election of directors.
And never
We have
assume that a
received
corporation
proxies
has your
for
interests
each director,
in mind.
representing at least 92% of the votes cast. For item 2, ratification of the appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Yeah,
We have received proxies.
I always say that. The
6%
Disney Plus, the volume is
shares
super low. I don't know
voting
what it is
to
with them.
approve the appointment. For item 3, relating to executive compensation, we have received proxies for 68%.
Sounds like it got a little bit louder just
voting
now.
to approve the resolution, 31%.
I don't think you're going to
voting
see her. She's
against
hiding.
the resolution, and 1% abstaining. For item 4, relating to
Sorry.
lobbying disclosure,
Star
we have
Wars isn't for
received
you anymore, didn't you know?
proxies for 33% of shares voting to approve the proposal, 66% voting against the proposal, and 1% abstaining. For item 5, relating to inclusion of non-management employees on director nominee candidate lists, we have received proxies for 6% of shares voting to approve the proposal, 93% voting against the proposal, and 1% abstaining.
They said they're going to
That
announce
concludes my
content after
report, Mr.
the
Braverman.
business stuff, so we'll see.
Thank you. Based on that report and subject to the counting of ballots.
This is to hype up all the shareholders, so they're going to, razzle and dazzle us, believe me.
Inspector of Election. I declare that all of the nominees for election to the board have been duly elected, that the appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers has been
Anything's
duly
possible.
ratified, that the advisory resolution on executive compensation is approved, and that
Just listening to
neither
Disney
of the
nonsense.
shareholder proposals was approved. The final vote results will be included in the Form 8K that will be filed within 4 business days of this meeting. That concludes the business portion of the meeting, which
Are your
is now
feelings hurt?
adjourned. And now, please welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Walt
Are your
Disney
feelings hurt
Company,
that Disney
Bob
sucks
Chapek.
and we all are exposing it? Aw.
Thanks, Alan, and hello, everyone.
Enjoy your
I want
rock.
to take the opportunity to welcome all of you to our first virtual meeting.
Get your finger out
I
of
look
it.
forward to updating you on many of our accomplishments over the past year.
Yes, sir.
And also sharing with you some of the exciting things we're hard at work on. Before we proceed, you
We'll
heard
see.
Bob say that this will be his last annual meeting. And I want to take a moment to express
Facebook user?
my deep appreciation for his incredible leadership and mentorship. And I also want to say how truly grateful I am for the opportunities he's given me and for his faith in me. Bob has led this company to
They're working on
amazing
it.
heights over the years, and I look forward to continuing to build on his remarkable legacy. I know it's been a tough year for everyone. When I assumed the role of CEO in late February of 2020, none of us could have imagined how profoundly the virus would change the world and our way of life. It's also had a significant impact on businesses, and
Greetings,
ours
Commander.
is no exception. However, once again, we've demonstrated our resiliency.
I know I should
during an
delete my channel,
incredibly
dude.
challenging
You really
period.
got me.
In fact, we've more than persevered under some really unusual and difficult circumstances. And that is a testament, first and foremost, to the hard work, flexibility, and dedication of our employees. They've done an amazing job, and I could not be more grateful and proud of them. Over the past year, despite the multitude of obstacles, we've remained focused and taken a number of strategic and deliberate steps that have positioned our company for greater long-term growth. The incredible success of Disney Plus in just its first year prompted us to accelerate our pivot to a DTC-first business
Yeah,
model.
again, sorry guys, I can't do
We
anything.
reorganized our media and entertainment businesses, separating content creation from distribution to align accountabilities in order to better support our DTC growth strategy
Good point.
and increase shareholder value. The enormous success of Disney Plus, which has now surpassed
That's true.
100 million subscribers, has inspired us to be even more ambitious and to significantly increase
Not
our
much, a bunch of jibber
investment in
jabber.
the development of high-quality content.
They're talking business stuff, and then
We
they're
have
going to
an
talk about new
impressive number
content.
of new episodic series, feature films, documentaries, and specials coming to the service in the next few years. In fact, we set a target of 100 plus new titles per year, and this includes Disney animation, Disney live action, Marvel, Star Wars, and
70
National
now.
Geographic.
Thank you so much,
Our
everyone.
direct-to-consumer business is the company's top priority, and our robust pipeline of content will continue to fuel its growth. We're also incredibly excited about what we've accomplished with Hulu and ESPN Plus. And 2 weeks ago, we successfully launched our new international general entertainment offering, Star, in Europe, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Singapore.
Yes, they're opening soon.
Star is home
At least
to thousands of hours
they're saying
of
they are.
movies and television from our various studios, along with Star-branded exclusive originals and local programming tailored to those specific markets. The
It's not gonna
response
save
from
them, though.
consumers has been overwhelmingly positive in every market we have launched. We're also excited to be launching the standalone service Star Plus in Latin America this summer and Disney Plus with Star included in other markets later in the year. Delivering consumer choice, value, and convenience is a key focus, and we're constantly looking for ways to improve the consumer experience. As such, I am pleased to share that ESPN Plus on Hulu, which
I don't
we
care
first
for it, but I
mentioned
don't
at
tell
our
anybody
Investor
what
Day
to watch. You guys
presentation in
enjoy what you
December,
like.
will launch
74
tomorrow.
people watching now. Thank you,
Viewers
guys.
who subscribe to both Hulu and ESPN Plus will now be able to watch all of the content available on ESPN Plus, including thousands of live sporting events,
In ways.
original shows, series, and documentaries without leaving the Hulu environment. And by this summer, they'll also be able to purchase ESPN Plus pay-per-view events from the Hulu
2012.
platform. On the creative side, we're fortunate to have some of the best teams in the business, and that's reflected in the tremendous appeal and success of our one-of-a-kind content across our various platforms, streaming, linear, and theatrical.
Is it
Last week,
still
our
too loud, or
films
is it
were honored
the stream? I
with
can't do anything about the
5 Golden
volume.
Globe Awards, including Pixar's Soul, which won for Best Animated Feature and Best Original Score.
I can turn down my mic a little bit
Nomadland,
if it's too loud for you
which
guys.
won
Let me
Best
know.
Motion Picture Drama and Best Director Motion Picture. Chloe Zhao made history as the first female director to win the top prize for Best Drama. And Andra Day won for the Best Performance by an Actress in a Motion Picture Drama for the Hulu original, The United States versus Billie Holiday. I hope you've all had an opportunity to see our latest family entertainment achievement, Disney Animation Studios' Raya and the Last Dragon, which we released last
Thank
week
you,
in theaters
Happy Black
and on
Man.
Disney
Appreciate
Plus
it.
via Premier Access to great acclaim and social buzz. As we've said, we believe
Not
it's
yet.
important to put the consumer in charge and let them decide when and how they want to enjoy our films, particularly as we navigate our way through the pandemic. We're really
Click the link.
excited about the full slate of films we have in store this year. Next up
I'll
is
check it out.
Marvel's highly anticipated spy thriller, Black Widow, featuring an all-star cast that includes Oscar nominee Scarlett Johansson, currently set for release in theaters on May 7th.
May
I
7th,
know
huh?
Marvel fans have been looking forward to
In
this film
theaters.
for a long time, and I promise you it's well worth the wait. It's absolutely fantastic.
It's going to bomb so
One of the most
bad.
anticipated films of 2021 is Steven Spielberg's adaptation of the classic Broadway musical West Side Story. Due to COVID, we've had to
Interesting.
postpone the film's release for a year. And now it's
If it doesn't
expected
let you put
to
the link in the
premiere
chat,
theaters
put it
on
in the
December
comments
10th.
after
We can't
the stream
wait for
ends.
you to
I'll look
see
at
it.
it.
It's phenomenal. We've also made a number of significant changes in how we manage and operate other parts of our company, particularly our theme parks and consumer products businesses. We believe these and other adjustments will best position us to operate most effectively now and in a post-COVID environment. I'm proud that where we've been able to reopen our parks with limited capacity and strict health and safety protocols in place, we've done
Walt
so
is rolling
successfully,
around in his
and
grave.
guests have consistently demonstrated a willingness and desire to visit.
That's up to you.
We have earned our guest trust by being
Do what
transparent
you like.
about our protocols for operating responsibly.
I don't tell anybody what to watch.
Which then builds further confidence.
It's
as
not
we
Star
reopen
Wars, it's
closed
not canon,
facilities
but
and
if you like that
expand
stuff,
operations
enjoy
for other sites currently under significant capacity constraints. Fortunately, there's been a decline in new COVID cases nationwide since January. And with the addition of a third vaccine, we anticipate a greater number of people being vaccinated in a shorter time frame. Here in California, we're encouraged by the positive trends we're seeing, and we're hopeful they'll continue to improve and we'll be able to
Not yet.
reopen our parks to guests with limited capacity by late April. We look forward to publicizing an opening date.
It's a lot of
in
money.
coming weeks. While last week's announcement stated that theme parks may open starting on April 1st, the fact is it will take some time to get them ready for our guests. This includes recalling more than 10,000 furloughed cast and retraining them to be able to operate according to the state of California's new requirements. I am pleased to say that the response has been great thus far. Our cast members are excited to get back to work. And this is also good news for the Anaheim community, which depends on Disneyland for jobs and business generated by visitors. Overall, we're encouraged by the pent-up demand we're seeing, both in the U.S. and internationally.
All
And
of you.
confident it will continue to grow as restrictions ease. And consumers' increasing willingness to travel makes us even more optimistic about the year ahead. At our parks and resorts, we're moving forward with a number of projects that push the boundaries of innovation, storytelling, and the overall guest experience.
Yeah, I
At Walt
doubt it,
Disney
but
World, preparations are well underway
it's not impossible.
for the 50th anniversary celebration. And as part of the reimagining of Epcot, we're hard at work on 2 brand new attractions, the highly anticipated
Not interested.
Marvel-themed roller coaster, Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, and Remy's Ratatouille Adventure, which I'm pleased to announce will open to guests on October 1st in the France Pavilion. As you may have seen, work is also underway on the all-new spectacular nighttime show, Harmonious. And I am especially excited about the upcoming new Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel.
Not
It
totally
is
sure what you
truly
mean, but
unlike anything
thank you and
anyone
have a
has
great
done
day,
before.
Richard.
At Disneyland Resort, the highly anticipated new Marvel-themed land, Avengers Campus, is currently scheduled to open later this year at Disney California Adventure. Guests will be able to sling webs like Spider-Man and see him soar through the air right
Give me a
before
sec.
their eyes. We're also moving forward on a number of new projects at our international parks, including the multi-year reimagining of Disneyland Paris, which will feature 3 new themed areas, starting with Avengers Campus, currently under construction. Shanghai
How's that
Disneyland
now?
will celebrate its 5th anniversary this year.
Better?
And work continues at the park on the first ever Zootopia-themed land. Hong Kong Disneyland recently
need it lower or
unveiled the
louder?
Castle of Magical Dreams as part of the kickoff of the resort's
They never do.
15th anniversary celebration. And at Tokyo Disney Resort, the largest expansion ever for Tokyo Disney Sea is underway. Fantasy Springs, as it's called, will feature new areas and attractions inspired by the worlds of Frozen, Tangled, and Peter Pan's Neverland, and is set to open in 2023. Finally, Disney Cruise Line's continuing with the construction of the fleet's 5th cruise ship, Disney Wish, with a maiden voyage scheduled for summer of 2022. On other fronts, during a year that was largely absent live sports due to COVID, our team at ESPN has done a remarkable job.
She was Gwendolyn Christie was all excited too. She's a badass. And then they just cucked her. They just threw her in a pit.
Critically acclaimed docuseries to live
What a waste of
coverage of
time.
the NBA season, from the now legendary bubble we created at Walt Disney World to the first ever virtual NFL draft.
My pleasure, Deborah. Glad to see
In
you.
this unprecedented news year, our great local and national ABC News teams have done an
Yeah,
absolutely
the movie might be
outstanding
okay,
job
but it came
of
out way
reporting on
too
the
late.
pandemic,
And then you got
the push for
the
social
pandemic,
justice,
and it got pushed to
the
another.
election, and
Nobody
more.
gives a damn.
Good
It
Morning
came out at the
America
wrong
and World
time.
News
Should have came
Tonight
out before
with David
Endgame.
Muir
It's gonna
continue to
bomb.
hold the top spots as the nation's #1 morning show and evening newscast.
Oh,
Our
they do
teams
all the
have
time.
accomplished a lot over the past year, and we're optimistic for the future. We believe our company is well positioned to further grow our businesses and increase shareholder value. And you don't have to take my word for it. One of the surest measures of market confidence is our stock price, which has gone from a COVID low of $79 in March of last year to a record high in excess of $200 this week. Before I take your questions, I want to say a few words about an area that is very important to us, and that is social responsibility.
Oh boy.
We just issued our annual CSR report, which details the extensive work that's been done across the company over the past year. The report is available on our corporate website.
Greetings, glad to
During
see you
this
from
year, when
Poland.
so many
And that
people
is
have been
exactly what they're going
struggling
to
as a
do.
result of the
Destroy
pandemic,
all of it.
we're especially grateful to have been able to support the communities we live and operate in. Among the ways we've contributed, we provided nearly $27 million in in-kind support, including direct assistance to those most in need. We've harnessed the reach of our various platforms to support
The only way is to force Disney to sell
large-scale
Lucasfilm
efforts
and give it,
and to
get
provide
someone that
critical
actually cares
information,
about Star Wars
including
to
up-to-date advice
own
from
and run
medical
Star Wars.
experts
It's the only way.
on how to protect against the virus.
It ain't going to change as long as
Since
Disney has it.
mid-January, we've provided space at Disneyland for one of Southern California's major vaccine distribution sites, where, to date, more than 140,000 doses have been administered. And while most wishes have been postponed due to the pandemic, we've worked closely with the Make-A-Wish organization and have found creative ways to deliver magic to as many Wish kids as possible. At Disney, we've long maintained a strong commitment to environmental stewardship, and we're committed to building on that legacy. This year, I'm pleased to say, we met our 2020 environmental goals and announced a slate of new, ambitious goals for 2030, designed to further reduce our environmental impact and help protect the planet. Among the targets we set, achieving net zero emissions for our direct operations, zero waste to landfill for our wholly owned and operated parks and resorts, and reduction in our environmental impact through sustainable design features in buildings.
Not me.
This past year, the Disney Conservation Fund celebrated its 25th anniversary. During its tenure, it has directed more than $100 million to support nonprofit organizations around the world, helping to protect wildlife and the habitats they depend on, from butterflies to sea turtles, coral reefs to rainforests.
This is not a hate channel. This is a Celebrate George Lucas channel.
Critical efforts.
And therefore, by celebrating George Lucas,
this year,
you know that everything Disney makes is not George Lucas Star Wars. That's what this channel is. It's about respecting the maker.
We have taken meaningful steps.
Disney chose this, not us, the fans. Disney chooses to shit on fans, make trash like rocks.
To bring about needed changes across our company.
This is not a channel about hate. It's about love for George Lucas and Star Wars.
Including 2 new councils, one chaired by me and the other by Bob Iger. The goal of all of our endeavors is to ensure that our workforce and our creative content reflect the rich diversity of our audiences, storytellers, and the world that we live in.
He'll be canceled soon.
As Bob said earlier, while we have made progress, there is still much more to be done. Before we open it up for questions, let me just say how truly grateful we are for your continued enthusiasm and support for the Walt Disney Company. We cannot wait for life to return back to some semblance of normal so we can see you back in our parks, enjoying
you have to dress up as a rock.
Wonder of Disney and having fun together. Thank you again, and now we'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chapek. During today's question and answer session, your
They're not
questions
going
will be taken over the phone. Please limit to 1 question per shareholder and your remarks to 2 minutes, and be prepared to ask a different question if your original question has already been answered. Mr. Chapek, today's first question comes from Corey Borgstadt out of Peoria, Arizona. Please go ahead.
There's some truth to that.
Hi, my name is Corey, and I'm a shareholder from Arizona. First, I want to thank you, Mr. Iger, for your wonderful leadership for the past 16 years. I've been attending the meetings for 14 years, and I will miss you very much. Secondly, my Girl Scout troop just finished its cookie sale, and we plan to use
Thank
some
you,
of the funds
girl.
to rent a theater to see Raya and the
Giorgio,
Last
I'm
Dragon,
not sure how to
like we
pronounce it,
have
but
done
thank
with
you for
several
coming.
other Disney and Pixar movies
Greetings.
through the years. But our local theater chain told us that they were not getting to show the film because they couldn't work out a deal with the Walt Disney Company. So my question is, how does the Walt Disney Company decide which theaters get to show the films it releases? And one quick little request this year is please release Mulan and Soul to theaters so everyone can see them on the big screen. They are amazing films.
Well, thank you, Corey, for your question. This is Bob Chapek. We agree with you that Raya is a fantastic film, and the audience scores universally have been really spectacular. So we're thrilled what our creative teams have been able to come up with Raya. In terms of what films play in what theaters, that's really a function of the exhibitors that own those theaters and whether or not they agree to the terms that the Walt Disney Company lays out in terms of the economics for those particular theaters. So we hope that all theaters would agree to play Disney films, but in the cases that they chose not to, we've been able to make our films available also on Disney Plus under the Premier Access window. So one way or another, we're pretty much, we've got the guarantee that our consumers and our viewers and fans like yourself can see our films, whether the local theater's playing that film or not. But we hope to be able to, in the future, have all theaters playing all Disney films.
Most theaters aren't going to be open, so it's going to bomb at the box office. Plus the timing, plus all the stuff going on with Disney.
Out of Florida, please go ahead.
Good to see you, Dead Girls. Yeah,
Thank you. Hi, Bob.
They're
My
dreaming.
name is Matt Dobrovolsky. I've been a shareholder now for almost 20 years now. I'm so thankful that my dad had actually purchased this stock for me all those years ago. I'm also thankful to be a current cast member at the Walt Disney World Resort, so I'm very grateful for that.
She's not going anywhere, dude.
Bob, first off, thank you for navigating the company throughout this difficult year. I know it's been a rough year for all businesses, and I personally believe that Disney has done the best that they could possibly do, and I thank you so much for that. My question specifically regards to Disney Cruise Line. If you have any updates on the restart of the ship, as well as possibly the proposed health and safety standards for the ship. Thanks again.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for being a cast member that makes magic for our guests. And also,
we control, we have the power, guys. You all just got to speak up.
We're very anxious to get our
we could shut down Disney today.
Business back up and running. As you know, the cruise industry had been quite hit hard by COVID, and as of right now, we don't have any definitive information in terms of when we'll be able to.
It's not going anywhere.
Cruise lines. We're anticipating that with some luck and the increase of the number of vaccinations out there,
to each his own. I don't care.
The encouraging trends that we're seeing, that maybe by this fall we might be able to have some limited operations.
They might not have a choice.
But that's all going to depend on the incidence of the virus and the vaccination of the general public. So we look forward, though, when we do open up, to using the very same disciplined guidelines that we've used in our parks to safely reopen and use those same
Netflix,
guidelines
look, Cobra Kai.
on the Disney Cruise Line. So we hope to have you as a guest on our ships when we are able to reopen. Thank you. Next question.
85 people.
Yes,
awesome.
Sir.
Thank you guys for being here.
Our next question today comes from Matt Norcross from High Point, North Carolina. Please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Hey, Bob. This is Matt from High Point, North Carolina. I have been a shareholder since I was a kid and am a 2012 alumni at the Disney College program. And the specific park I worked for is Disney's Hollywood Studios in Orlando at Walt Disney World. And my question is specifically about the college program. Do you have any idea?
I guarantee you someone from Disney is listening to this because it's been up for days, announced that I'll be reviewing the stream. So guarantee you someone from Disney is listening. What's going on? Give it a minute. I guess they're having a problem over there on their end. We can. It's up to everyone to say no more, Disney. But the problem is you got all these Mickey Mouseketeers that are going to, no matter what Disney shows you, spits on you, shits on you, they're just going to keep, I got to go to Disneyland. Disney has no power if you ignore them. If you don't buy their stuff, you don't watch their stuff, they got zero power. The only it's like a bully. The more they pick on you and the more you pay attention, they have power. So you walk away and ignore them. And if they follow you home, then you fight back.
When students will be able to apply for it, and if so, when will the specific date be? Do you know?
Matt, we don't have a specific date yet. As you know, the whole college program was put on hold with the pandemic.
You guys have seen 9 years of Star Wars, of fake Star Wars trash.
The Walt Disney
So
Company,
I don't know what it's going to take some of you to get it,
like
but
yourself and all of our cast members that make magic for our guests every day. So we hope to be able to reinstate that once some of the constraints on the number of guests that we can actually put into our parks starts to ease up with the pandemic as it starts to resolve itself. So hopefully, by the end
they
of the
are
year,
in fact
we'll be
in
back
bed with
in
China.
business
Know
with our
that.
college program, but we have no specifics that we can promise right now. Thank you for your question. Next, please.
She's not going anywhere.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chapek, your next question comes from Justin Dickerson from Los Angeles, California. Please go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Chapek and Mr. Iger. Thanks for taking my question.
They're
I'm a
feeling the
Disney
backlash,
shareholder
believe me.
And a former Disney cast member acquired from Fox. Congratulations on all that you have achieved over the past year, including the growth of Disney Plus and your Premier Access releases. Mr. Chapek, you've had a remarkable and unprecedented first year as CEO of the Walt Disney Company. I remember it was a year ago, almost to the day, March 13th, that we first started working from home and got busy on these Premier Access releases. First starting with Frozen 2. What are some of the biggest lessons that you've learned in your first year? Thank you.
Well, thank you for your question, Justin. I think one of the things I've learned is the tremendous resiliency.
Sand is
of
important
Disney
because
cast
then Vader
members.
doesn't go back to Tatooine.
Basically, our Disney cast members have found a way, whether it's ESPN, with all the constraints that they've had to operate with over the past year in terms of, not being able to have live sporting events, but still finding compelling programming to create during those down days, to ABC News, figuring out how to broadcast from home, how to operate safely in the field, and achieve #1 status both for the evening news and for the morning day part, all the way to our theme parks, creating the Disney bubble for the NBA, and finding ways to operate that are responsible, but at the same time return as many people back to work as possible. So, and also being there for our guests, of course. So really the resiliency and creativity that our cast members have.
That's the key. It was a good film. It was an okay film. It wasn't Star Wars.
We have a tremendous opportunity now.
Star Wars breaks
going
the box
forward
office.
to bring this country
Disney
back
does
together and unite people under a common vision of Disney magic and what's good with this world. And we've had a lot of challenges with social issues as well as the pandemic. And I think we can all agree on some things, and some of those things are the power of Disney in the world to unite us all under some common themes. So that's what I'd say. Thank you for your question.
And our next question today, Mr. Chapek, comes from David Almasi from Alexandria, Virginia. Please go ahead.
Hi there. It's clear that there's a new blacklist punishing
Good to see you,
conservatives in
Adaptive.
the entertainment industry. Disney Plus actors Pedro Pascal and Gina Carano tweeted similar analogies of current political events to Nazi Germany.
Wow.
Nazi Carano, who is considered a conservative, was fired from The Mandalorian. Regarding Disney and a blacklist, this is the way?
Well, thank you for your question.
Wow.
I don't really see Disney as characterizing itself as left-leaning or right-leaning, yet instead standing for values that are universal, values of respect, values of decency, values of integrity, and values of inclusion. And we seek to have not only how we operate, but the content that we make reflective of the rich diversity of the world that we live in. And I think that's a world that we all should live in harmony and peace. Thank you for your question. Next question, please.
Way to
Thank
step
you, sir.
over
Our
it.
next question comes from Howard Ratliff from Fort Worth, Texas. Please go ahead.
Hi. Hello, this is Howard Ratliff. I'm a shareholder. Can you hear me?
You got your wish.
Yes, sir.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Disney Plus on the release of the Hamilton production. I thought it was a groundbreaking piece of work that will truly stand the test of time and move the whole Disney Plus experience forward. So congratulations on that. I was very proud upon viewing that production. It was truly an amazing feat, an experience for my family as well. My question is regarding renewable energy and its place in the Disney, especially the property holdings of Disney, where we have a large amount of footprint and infrastructure that requires power, lighting, and so forth. You mentioned, Bob, about some of the goals that Disney has placed for 2030, and wanted to know if Disney is considering making even bolder initiatives in regard of application of renewable energy and combating
Nothing can be
climate
worse than
change,
what they did to Luke Skywalker and the franchise. Nothing can be worse.
Thank you for your question, Howard. Yes, as you
It might not be
referenced,
Lucas
we've
level,
achieved
but
our
it's not. It
2020
can't be
goals
worse.
that we set out a few years back, and we've published 2030 goals, including net zero emissions by 2030. I should say that included in that are some substantial efforts to increase the number of solar fields that we have operating at Walt Disney World in Orlando. As you know, we've got some enormous solar fields.
5-10 more
that are
years?
Providing, I believe it's about 50%
It's not going anywhere,
of the
guys.
electricity needed to run our facility in Orlando. And also our new ships. There was a reference to our new ship called the Wish. We have 2 more right after that, and they all use liquid natural gas.
They don't care.
As a power source.
They
And as
didn't
you
care
know,
about Star Wars to
the,
begin with. They
supply
just
chain
wanted
of
to
that
buy
is
the
just
name.
getting going, so it was
They
a
don't
pretty bold
give a
move
shit.
for us to do this in anticipation of the supply chain of that
Well,
fuel
that's
being
not
actually
necessarily
available.
true,
So I
she
think
sucks
we're
for
on
Star
the leading
Wars,
edge
that's
of
for
the
sure.
wave, if you will, towards trying to operate responsibly in terms of environment with renewable energy and lower carbon footprint. So we're very proud of what we've done, but you're right, we can do more, and we'll continue to do that. We've got a new lead for our CSR activities inside the company, and she'll be working hard to make sure that we have an energy source and a point of focus on this going forward. So, Howard, thank you for your question. Next question, please.
Thank you, sir. Our next question today comes from George
Good to see you, Wes.
with out of San Antonio, Texas. Please go.
Greetings and salutations. Are you guys looking at firing Kathleen Kennedy or asking her to resign and promote somebody like Filoni or Favreau or both as a co-counsel?
Thank you for your question, George. We've been absolutely thrilled that we can have the kind of creative talent in our company, the likes of Kathy Kennedy to run Lucas. And we look forward to having Kathy directing the activities of the entire Lucasfilm organization for many years to come. Thank you for your question. Next question, please.
I told
Thank you,
you.
sir. Our next question today comes from Krista Horo from Orlando, Florida. Please go ahead.
Hi, yes, thanks a lot to Bob Iger for all
The sooner you all start listening to Not My Star Wars, the sooner we're going to get Star Wars
I'm a
back.
32-year
So
cast
you
member and
decide.
shareholder of the company, and I just wanted to thank you for this year. I'll let you know what a wonderful opportunity it is. I work at Disney Hollywood Studios, and I opened Disney Hollywood Studios and the Indiana Jones show. And the last couple of years, I was able to work on shows that deal with a lot of the public shows. Like right now, I'm doing
Exactly.
Cavalcade at the studios, and I got to do the snow all at the Disney Springs this Christmas season, and it's really great, the stuff that we are offering to our guests. And my biggest question, and I'm also an Aspire person. I want to thank you guys for all the support you've given Aspire. I'm learning to do Java just for personal growth. Now, my question
If you like it, like it. I don't like it. It's a mess. It breaks canon and it's a production mess.
And I know it's hard with the
enjoy it. If that to you is Star Wars, we're never going to get Star Wars back.
Two viewings of Down Duck and Chip and Jail just opened at the studios this week, and I just wanted to let you know that I think it's really valuable for us to do more smaller shows that have more people involved in it, and would like to know if there's any more plans for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for being a cast member and for being part of Aspire. As you know, we're very proud of Aspire in terms of giving our
It's not going
cast
anywhere.
a chance to go ahead and get further education that's funded by the company. So we're really proud of that and glad you could participate. You know, one of the drawbacks of obviously the pandemic in terms of our limited reopening is that the number of actual shows that we can have are greatly diminished because of social distancing. And we're still trying to figure out exactly as we, scale back up our operations at our park, our entertainment, how those will look going forward in the future, because right now we're obviously trying to limit contact with guests and with each other. But we're working on it. We're trying to figure that out, and we appreciate your input. Thank you very much for your question.
Welcome to the rebellion.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chapek. Our next question comes from Harvey Lee from San Francisco, California. Please go ahead.
Hello.
You got to grab Mickey by the nuts and squeeze hard right now, because they're in a bad spot. Do you want Star Wars back or not? You must force them to sell Lucasfilm. Stop them at every turn.
And the increase in shareholder value. And my question is, not just on the board of directors, that there isn't any representation from the Asian community. I was just wondering, is there future consideration for that? Since you do have a lot of properties in Asia and other Asian countries.
Thank you, Harvey, for your question, and thank you for being a shareholder for 20 years. We always seek diversity in all aspects of the Walt Disney Company. The content we create, our cast members, and our board of directors, and we've got quite a diverse board right now. And as we add new board members, we obviously will look to fill that out and make sure that we have representation from all ethnicities and different social groups. So thank you for your question, Harvey. And next question, please.
Yes, sir. Our next question comes from John Taylor L. Williams from Sanford, North Carolina. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. This has been a challenging year, and I appreciate the skill of the board and the executives of the company. My family has owned shares of Disney for several decades. My question is, what are your plans to restore the dividend?
Okay, thank you for your question. As you know, the last two dividends granted on a 6-month basis have been deferred due to, obviously, the situation not knowing when.
Oh, believe me, I already got a video in the works already.
To ensure the
as soon as this finishes,
of the company, and also
I'm about to destroy Bob Chapek.
Necessary increased investment.
Good to see you, Culture.
Content behind Disney Plus. That is not a statement, though, of what we anticipate doing long term. We believe that as part of our capital allocation plan, the dividend is important for our shareholders, and we'd like to get back to doing that at some point, depending on our ability to sort of claw our way back from the pandemic. So no statement on what our next move is going to be, but we'd like to be able to restore that at some point in the future. Thank you for your question. Next question, please.
Yes, sir. Our next question today comes from Philip Berman from New York, New York. Please go ahead.
Philip Berman, portfolio manager and shareholder. I just have one question. Now that Disney has grown to become a giant behemoth in the media business under the helm of Robert Iger, I want to know whether you have given any consideration to following the strategy of other chairmen in the media business, which is to spin off divisions that could stand alone on their own independently and produce earnings with a separate board, a separate management, or
he would mop the floor with Din Djarin.
Just a portion of each of the divisions and retain.
I know. Wow.
Part of.
Thank you for your question, Philip. Philip, we look at a lot of different options in terms of how we could be managing our business and the assets of our business, including potential spinoffs and options like that would increase shareholder value. We have nothing to announce today, but that is a regular part of what we do as we examine ways to operate more efficiently and more effectively and use the assets, the shareholders' assets, to their best and most optimal
They hate everybody.
use. So thank you very much for your question.
You're
Next
just
question,
little
please.
little money
Yes,
pieces.
sir, Mr. Chapek. Our next question comes from David Grant from Winnipeg, Manitoba. Please go ahead. Mr. Grant, your line is open, sir.
Thank you very much for your question.
Okay, it appears that Mr. Grant's line is not reactive, so we will go to our next question, and that's from Catherine Stovall from Massachusetts. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Catherine Stovall, and I have been fortunate enough to be a lifetime shareholder. I know a question was already asked about the Disney College program, but I have a
Lifetime
more
shareholder.
specific question. As a college student myself, I would love to apply for the Disney College program, but unfortunately, I will be aging out of the program soon. I want to know if there are going to be any extensions or exceptions made for students who may have missed their opportunity to start working for a company who many of us have dreamed about working for all of our lives.
Well, thank you for your love of the company and your affinity for the program. That's a really good question. It's not something that we've contemplated. I can assure you that we will look into essentially, I guess, sort of a grandfathering in of folks who have aged out of that program because they haven't had the opportunity over the last year. That's an excellent suggestion, and I will commit to you that we will follow up on that and make some sort of announcement on that.
I think they would sell
Thank you
to
very much.
whoever
Let's
would
take
take.
one last question.
Absolutely, sir. Today's final question comes from Michael Heller from New York, New York. Please go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you very much for leading the company through the pandemic. Wanted to ask about Disney Plus, which I think is absolutely hands down the best streaming service out there.
Because people
what are you
keep
guys
watching The
doing
Mandalorian
in
and
terms
Bad Batch
of
and that stuff. You
cybersecurity
guys have to shut
to
them
prevent,
down, force them to
really
sell
the
it.
stealing of that intellectual property and unwarranted access over in Asia?
Thank you for your question, Michael. We have a small army of people that spend every waking hour trying to make sure that the very valuable data that's entrusted to us for these direct-to-consumer services are kept private and are held responsibly so that it doesn't get into the hands of bad actors. It is something that we spent a lot of time on. We realize the trust that you and others, all of our 100 million Disney Plus subscribers, put in our hands when they decide to sign up.
I told you guys.
And we continue to try to improve and get better and better to protect that data for everybody's best interest. So thank you very much for your question. Operator?
Yes, sir. This concludes our question and answer session. I'd like to turn the conference back over to you, Mr. Chapek, for your final remarks.
All right. With that, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us today. And now I'm going to hand it over to Lowell Singer to close the meeting.
Every post they make, you downvote it. You leave a comment why you're unhappy with Star Wars and Disney. You do not buy their shit, you cancel your Disney Plus, and you don't watch their dumbass shows. That's how. Every which way they turn, they have to be shut down and get no views. So that they are so uncomfortable and so miserable owning Lucasfilm, they have to sell it. That's how we fix this, is it has to get out of the mouse's gloves. Because as long as Disney has it, we're going to get this crap. That is how. You must shut them down at every turn. That doesn't mean attack people, cuss, act crazy, act like a child. Like a mature adult, you say, this is why I'm unhappy with Star Wars and or Disney. And you shut down every one of their posts. That's how.
Thank you for attending today's presentation.
People think, well, but we got to tell them what we like. As long as you tell them you like anything they're doing, they're going to continue on. You must shut down all of it. So they're so freaking miserable, they have to sell it. That's the solution. It's the only solution. If you guys want this half-ass cartoon Star Wars, then I don't know what else to tell you. If you want real Star Wars back, that's what has to happen. You shut them down at every turn, so they must sell Lucasfilm. 99 people watching. Thank you so much. They don't care about money. They care about their agenda. They care about putting messages and stuff. They care about putting subliminal shit for your children to see. That's what Disney cares about. They're way past caring about Star Wars or money or any of that. Yep. Understand? That's why I'm telling you, even if Kathleen got fired today, nothing's going to change, guys, because it's from the very top. They're all these woke, insane lunatics. So if you want Star Wars, it has to come out of the mouse's gloves. That's the only way. Hey, you missed a bunch of stuff. Basically, a bunch of blah, 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 excuses. And then we've got stuff that nobody really cares about coming out. And then they asked a question about Gina and Kathleen, and they walked over both of those questions. But basically, he said Kathleen will be here for many years to come. She ain't going nowhere. Yeah, well, I told you from the beginning of this. I've been telling you guys forever, since the beginning of this channel. She is not going anywhere. That was Bob Chapek, the CEO of Disney. They're shareholders, so they're not employees. They could be employees, but I don't think they're employees. Yes, it is. And it ain't going nowhere. So I will tell you guys again, as long as you continue to like, watch, buy anything from Disney, especially Lucasfilm, then forget it. Star Wars is dead. You're going to keep getting this half-assed woke crap. And rocks. You're going to get a box of rocks is what you're going to get. So enjoy that. Exactly. So many of you are thirsty for Star Wars that you're putting The Mandalorian up here. Listen, I'm not saying it's trash. I turn off my brain, I watch it, it's fun. But is that the level of that Star Wars to you guys? Come on, you all know it, that it's not. It's a half-assed show. It's full of production problems, and it breaks lore left and right. You know it to be true. That is not true Star Wars. That's half-ass. I'm so thirsty. I'm dying for some Star Wars. Look, it's live-action Star Wars. You all know that Mandalorian could be levels better. It's got to come out of the mouse's gloves, guys. What is that? Money flying away? Being asked and shit, people giving, yep. Oh, I got a video coming very soon because, yep, they sure did. I've been saying it for a long time, guys. The mouse does not give a fuck about you. Doesn't care about money, doesn't care about any of that. So the sooner that you realize this and you start resisting the mouse, the sooner we have a chance. If you continue on with, but I want to see Clone Wars, I want to see Bad Batch, well, then we're going to continue on. If that's what makes you happy, little goofy cartoons made by Dave Filoni, okay, well, don't bitch to me. People think there's these two factions, and it's one company, guys. Everything they make, they're doing together as a company. So if you support one thing, you're supporting Lucasfilm. Understand that. They're not at Disney like, well, but they like this, and not this, and that. They don't give a shit about that. They throw 10 things out. If you cling to just one of those things, they're like, oh, we got them. Keep going. So if you want real Star Wars back, you must shut down everything they make, force them to sell, and pray that the next person actually loves the franchise. And honestly, I think that anybody, an 8th grade elementary school class, would have more love and respect for Star Wars. Yes, we did. Way down. They have admitted they're not going to be profitable till 2024. So while we got them in the corner, we squeezed them hard now, they're going to sell Lucasfilm. It's up to you guys. I'm one voice. I'm one channel. I can only leave one dislike. I could leave multiple comments, but that's not going to do anything. I only can leave one comment. I'm not telling you to attack people. I'm not telling you to act like a lunatic, but you need to make it clear. No. Anything they do, they go this way? No. They go that way? No. We're not interested. Sell that shit. In fact, we should get a hashtag going. Sell Lucasfilm. There you go. Put that hashtag everywhere. Sell Lucasfilm. The only way we're going to get real Star Wars back, or at least something close, something that's respectful, is it has to come out of Mickey's hands. They've had 9 years and they have shown you what they think of you and the franchise. Yep. Well, my video last week showed you guys what they thought. But there you go. You have a reaffirmation. That's Bob Chapek, the CEO of Disney. And in the beginning was Bob Iger, who's the chairman of the board, his boss, who obviously supports everything that's happening. So from the board to the CEO to the presidents of the divisions, they all are on the same shit. And they all support Kathy Kennedy. So, don't listen to me. Keep on with your Bad Batch. For anyone new here, I grew up with Disney. I loved Mickey Mouse, the cartoons. I went to Disney World. I grew up with all that stuff. Bambi's one of my favorite movies. But I saw over decades them shitting on things. Their own stuff. Never mind other people's stuff. And then they went and they messed with Star Wars, and that was the end of it for me. So know that this channel is not about hating Disney, because that's not what it is. It's about respecting and loving Star Wars and George Lucas, as you should. And if you don't do either one of those, then you're not a Star Wars fan. Shut the fuck up. China. That would have been amazing. How about just making a good story? Good to see you, Roberto. Here? Or on their stuff? Shouldn't have been deleted here. What's good, Red Hair? Good to see you. That too. You can sail the high seas. And by the way, Kenobi, you guys saw what they did to Luke Skywalker. Be prepared. I don't know why you guys think, oh, Kenobi's going to be great. Okay. Don't cry to me when you see him get cucked. Like Thrawn and Luke and everyone else. Hey, good to see you, Jace. Who knows? YouTube is... I don't know how late you came, so basically a bunch of business bullshit, fluff. We're doing great. A bunch of new content, not even a bunch of new content, some new stuff that nobody, like West Side Story by Steven Spielberg, a musical. May 4th, Black Widow is coming out in theaters, all 3 theaters that it will be open.
And then they asked about Gina Carano and KK, and Bob Chapek stepped right over those questions. But he did say that KK is going to be here for several more years. Hail, Keith. Good to see you. In the shareholder meeting, good job. Yeah. I think I heard a question about China, but I'm going to have to go back and listen to it. Not really. Outside of the stuff you said about Kathleen, which I'm going to put up a video very shortly. As soon as we finish here, I'll put something together. Yep. Exactly. They won't. It would have been a nice question, though. It is. All their meetings are. That's how they look at you. And the sooner you guys realize and understand that, the sooner we're going to fix this problem. Maybe. Their lame attempt. Yeah. By the way, Common Idiot, I will put a link when it's done, but I have a video coming out that you're in it. The stuff from what you saw from my video. So, just a heads up. It'll be up in a little bit. Although it might get pushed back till later, because now I got to make a quick a new Bob Chapek video. Yeah, poor thing. Your whole dream, your whole reality revolves around the company. Are you sure you're not talking about yourself? Yeah, it pretty much is. You can learn everything you need to learn off the internet. Now, don't get me wrong. If it's something like, playing an instrument, you're much better off with a professional mentor. But most stuff nowadays, guys, you can learn on the internet. Save yourself the debt. What you get for all that money is a piece of paper. And I know that that piece of paper can make a difference, but also showing somebody that you know what the hell you're talking about can make a difference. And there you go. If you want to buy toys, buy them from someone else used. Or, there's people that sell new stuff on Amazon and eBay. Just don't buy it directly from Disney. There's ways to see their stuff without using Disney Plus. Buy toys, DVDs, all that stuff off eBay. Help a fellow human, not Disney. Glad to have you, Kino. Nope, they sure won't. Because they don't want you to truly see. By the way, if you look at the trending on Disney Plus, Mandalorian is way falling off. It was like 17 a few days ago. Who knows how much farther it is. There's nobody watching it. They did when it first came out. But the point is, you have to go back and watch it for something to be. Why was Star Wars successful? Not because people went to see it in theater once. It's because millions of people went to the theater 3, 5, 10, 30 times. That's why. And not everybody. Some people saw it once. Some people never saw it. But I'm just saying that's how those movies were successful, because you had people going back and back and back. Well, no, actually, they got busted by 2 or 3 people. Yeah, I thought I heard a China question there, but, you know, it's low. I'll look back at it. I love Doomcock. He's my buddy. He's on one of my projects coming. To be fair to him, he's getting rumors. So he's sharing what he's being told. It's not like him claiming statements, official statements. So you have to be fair to him about that. And there's been stuff that he has been absolutely correct about. But yes, I have been saying this Kathleen thing for quite a while, and she ain't going nowhere. Those rumors are sometimes rumors are to throw you off the scent. Now, I know some people are going to say, well, but he has to say that because, you know, he's the CEO. You got to maintain an image. No, guys. Number one, you can tell in the tone of his voice. Number two, you can see in the body language, not in this, but in my other video. And three, there's one thing when you just answer a question or you just react to something. Another thing is when you're going the extra step to praise. So like he said, well, you know, Kathleen, we're proud of her, blah, blah, blah. And then he took the extra step of saying, oh, we look forward to Kathleen being here for many years to come. You see? She ain't going nowhere. That's the only way we're going to get Star Wars back, guys, is you must, every which way, every post, everything, video they put up, every article, you have to say no. We're not interested. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. You got to squeeze Mickey by the nuts so bad that his eyes are popping out, and he's like, please sell it. Anyone, a little independent company, anyone that gets it is going to care more. Even if they don't know the lore or know as much, there's people like me that know the shit. And you would have the entire vault. You would have all the holocron and everything else. Disney has given you 9 years of showing you they don't give a damn about you or Star Wars. Has grown so much. I miss the days when it was me, Dead Girls, Wes, and some others talking. But I'm happy for the growth. Yes, it is growing very much. I appreciate all of you so very much. None of this is possible without you. And I remember who's been around. Older shows, now since they act like the classics are problematic, they took away great shows like Zorro, yes. Or the stuff that they have, they're putting like disclaimers on them, like, this isn't good for your kids. Yep, I sure won't. The only way I would set foot on their parks is if they sent me free plane tickets and passes and all that, and then they understood that I'm going to be filming and trashing the shit out of all their stuff. So I dare you, Disney, to allow someone to give an honest opinion of what's going on. Because otherwise, they ain't getting none of my money. Yeah, Zorro. Yep. Just keep in mind that if you watch Through the High Seas, Disney Plus, you're still giving them the view. So try to watch someone that has put up a copy of it. Understand? Because even if you're not paying for it and they're getting the view data, so do your best to avoid directly watching. Yep, a lot of their own shit is problematic, and they're censoring their own stuff, and you think they're not going to screw up other stuff. It's the only way, guys. It's the only way. No worries. It's the only way. It's the only way you can teach the mouse a lesson because he doesn't care. He does not give a damn. Mickey Mouse cares about Mickey Mouse. That's it. Period. Done. So, totally up to you guys. Remember that Disney isn't your local pizza shop that you walk in and like, the subs suck, but the pizza's great. So now like 30 people in the neighborhood come in and say, hey, your guys' subs really aren't that great, but your pizzas are awesome. Can you just focus on pizzas? And that guy, Luigi's going to be like, okay, absolutely. Give the people what they want. And now he's making, instead of 10 pizzas, 30 pizzas because everybody loves those pizzas. He gets it. He listens. He understands. Mickey Mouse does not work that way, guys. Mickey Mouse throws out stuff all over the place so that you cling to something. And as long as you're clinging on to something, the littlest thing, they got you. That's all they care about. They're not going to adjust and 180. They just put out a freaking rock, for Christ's sake. Yeah, no, I don't expect us to get like, old Star Wars. All I'm saying is if you want something in the realm of real Star Wars, we have to get it out of Mickey's gloves. That's all. I'm not someone that's stuck on Luke Skywalker and we have to relive the past and all that. We could go 100 years in the future and do something totally different. That's fine. But respect the franchise. Respect the fans. That has to happen. And don't come up with fucking rocks when you've got 35 years of expanded universe, games, lore, the holocron, all the Lucas Vault. You have George Lucas that you can call. Unacceptable. Yeah, and remember that Kathleen is the boss, and you see what you get. Her boss is like, we love her. She's going to be here for years. And then his boss is like, Bob Chapek's doing a great job. So if you guys think something's going to change, okay. Yep. Because ratings, because toy sales, because their public image. Do you know how embarrassed they are that all their videos are ratioed? That they can't put up a video, they have to put it on Instagram because they can't even upload to their own YouTube anymore? And people in the shareholder meetings are now starting to bring up questions. So that goes to show you, shareholders are taking notice. Everything. Yes, from the beginning they started messing with the X-Men. But they have not treated any franchise as badly as Star Wars. That's the first one. And we can't expect them to completely shut down Disney or revamp everything. But we can certainly get Star Wars out of their hands. Because right now they're in the worst situation they've ever been. They still have not made their investment back from buying that franchise. So right now we can squeeze them and get it out of their hands. And that's a major blow. The embarrassment of screwing up Star Wars. It's up to you guys. I can't do this alone. And there you go. Nah, George Lucas isn't coming anywhere near Disney Star Wars. You're crazy. Absolutely. Have a great day, Lucas Carpenter. Thank you for being here. Think about, why did you watch Mandalorian? Babysitting Baby Yoda. It was the Baby Yoda show. And then it was the, oh, look, it's Bo-Katan. Oh, look, it's Ahsoka Tano. Oh, look, it's IG-88. No, well, it's IG-11, but IG-88. Oh, look, Boba Fett. It's all member berries. It's not even about din Djarin. So why do you even watch a show called The Mandalorian that isn't even about a Mandalorian? Hi. Who knows? I doubt it. They're broke. There you go. He tried, guys. He did it with good intentions, but unfortunately, you know, Disney shit all over it. I am a rockaphobe. Exactly. Hey, if the Bad Batch is Star Wars to you, enjoy it. That to me is a silly little cartoon. That is not Star Wars. Star Wars is blockbuster films that has people up the freaking block. That's Star Wars. Not empty movie theaters. You're dreaming about real Star Wars? Huh? Well, that's a whole other thing, Disney. But as far as Lucasfilm, we've got Mickey by the balls right now. Believe me, 6 months of that, and they're going to be like, holy shit, we got to get rid of this thing. This is embarrassing. But if you guys let up with the Bad Batch, we're going to... Listen, the second you guys watch Bad Batch, we're right back to zero. So it's up to you. Do you want that little cartoon, or do you want Star Wars? Oh, they love putting people in jail. Who knows? Netflix could buy it. They have the money. They'll respect it. Just look at Cobra Kai. That's the perfect example. HBO Max. I mean, anybody at this point. Shit. No, I'm not. If all Star Wars fans say no, Disney's done. If you guys keep holding on to Bad Batch and Mandalorian and High Republic, then here we are. It's your choice. It's amazing to me that people think that they have no voice, they have no power. You do realize you affect elections, that you affect businesses failing or thriving. I mean, you have all the power. Stop being a snowflake and stand up. Yes, I'm not telling you to cuss out people. I'm not telling you to threaten Kay's life. I'm not telling you to go to Disney with a match and put it on fire. I'm not telling you none of that. But you, as a mature person, say, this is why I'm unhappy. Or put the Gina quotes. Or put, whatever. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. I don't know. We have to see. But anything is better than Disney. They've given you 9 years of proof of that. And there you go. It's what you guys got to do. Yes, we do need to make it viral. In fact, I'm going to start posting shit about it. So, the Snyder Cut. There you go. Fans have the power, guys. Don't forget that. Think on a smaller scale. Your local pizza shop. Everyone in the neighborhood is like, is that pizza good? Nah, they're rude to the customers and it's cold half the time. And then you look on Google, you search it and it's got 1 star. Service is shitty. They disrespect the customers. The pizza's always cold. Are you going to go? Are you going to go freaking go buy that pizza or go to that place? No. And if 2 people are complaining, okay, there's 100 positive comments. But when it's 1,000 negative comments and 2 positive comments, believe me, ain't nobody going to go to that pizza shop anymore. And it's the same thing with Disney. It's the same thing with Lucasfilm. It's up to you guys. There you go. Sure is. You didn't know? Come on, man.
You know, Yoda, whatever.
I'm sorry, Charles is Yoda, whatever.
And sure, Yoda's in it, whatever.
And Yoda, whatever.
And Yoda.
And Yoda, whatever. I'm
And
so
not
gonna
nice
get you a
pirate.
shirt, Charles. It says, and Yoda,
Yoda,
whatever.
whatever.
And then also Yoda. Whatever. So-
Yeah, Yoda,
and
whatever.
then- yeah.
Okay. I've already repeated myself 10 times. So, reminder, the people giving you rocks. Sell Lucasfilm. Blow that freaking hashtag up. On their videos, on their Twitter, on their Facebook, everywhere. Anything they post, sell Lucasfilm. Until everybody knows that damn hashtag. Until the shareholders are like, holy shit. It's the only way it's going to change, guys. I'm sorry. But Kathleen is not the answer. Even if they put me in charge of Lucasfilm tomorrow, you still got Chapek and Iger on top that want this bullshit, that praise a rock. He's not the person. He makes shows and movies. He's not someone to be a president of a company. Not to mention, if he's a president of Lucasfilm, he's not going to be making any movies or shows. I know it sounds good on paper. He'd be better than Kathleen, but he's still going to be under Mickey's thumb. It's not going to make any difference. Probably. Yep. And to think there's people out here, not many, but there's a few people out here like, she did great. She's amazing. Holy shit. Good luck. Yeah. Yep. They can delete comments. When I say they, Star Wars, the channel can delete comments. So can YouTube. So. Cowabunga. Yep. Yes. You saw what they did to Jake Skywalker and Leia and Han and R2-D2 under a tarp for 3 movies. So go ahead, keep cheering them on for Obi-Wan. Go for it. Because somehow some of you think that the shit's going to be any different. I like his fighting in the hallway and his fighting. The CGI was trash. And the episode was trash. And the whole premise of him being there was nonsense. Favreau himself admitted it was a last-minute decision. He didn't even have it in the plans. And Luke was not for you. Luke was for them because they are sinking. And they're like, oh shit, throw anything out you can. And at the end, they were like, oh shit, well, we gotta throw out Luke Skywalker, see how that works. Because Ahsoka only did so much. Boba Fett only did so much. We need something big, so throw in Luke. I think it's hilarious when people say, oh, Favreau snuck him in there. Kathleen didn't know. Okay, the president of Lucasfilm, the executive producer of the show, doesn't know that Luke was being filmed. And furthermore, Favreau would have gotten fired. Get real, guys. It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up to reality. Let me help you, because some of you are forgetting or just don't know. So let me help you out at what's going on at Lucasfilm.
You two were really the brainchilds behind the story. How much did you guys look at the extended universe and the extremely large canon of books that have been written around the Star Wars universe when you decided to make this? Or was it more looking at Return of the Jedi and just figuring out how you guys feel it should have gone?
Hey, you want to take it?
I think it had more to do with Jedi and the continuation of 4, 5, and 6. This is 7. I think we were aware, we're respectful of the canon, but we really wanted to tell a story that interested us and delighted us, and we didn't really want any rules and parameters particularly. We just said, well, we can do anything we want with this story. What would be the most fun thing to do on this page and the next page and the page after that? And that was sort of the guiding principle, I think, more than the canon or anything that had come before.
I feel a responsibility to not just maintain, but help be a part of what pushes it all forward, and keeps it viable and exciting for future storytellers. And Kathy's really leading that charge, which is great to have her here. So but it's about every movie I like she's produced. So it's kind of mind-blowing.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology, spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology,
spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
You have to have a team of people
keep on thinking they're divided and there's two camps and they don't work together and Kathleen doesn't know what's going on. Keep on. If you want rumors and theories, there's plenty of channels for that. If you want research facts, welcome to Not My Star Wars. It's like I've said many times, if I got control of Lucasfilm, first thing I'm doing, and not that I pretend it would happen, I'm just saying this is what needs to happen. Public apology to the fans and to the franchise. Apologize for Disney's dumbasses because they won't do it themselves. Number 2, EU is back. This Legends nonsense is out of there. Number 3, all the Disney stuff. Bye. All of it. Gone. Minimum push to Legends. Get on the phone with George Lucas. Immediately start on his sequel trilogy. and we start respecting Star Wars and George Lucas again. That's what would happen on my watch. So whoever gets it, that's what needs to happen. And it's not going to happen under Disney. Hello, Greg. Good to see you. Several more years, Favreau might as well quit and state better than being fired since you support KK. Correct. Who fired Gina? We don't know officially, but we all pretty much surmised that it was KK. So you think John is going to want to keep continuing on with someone that's just going to override his decisions and fire his people left and right whenever they want? Just wait. Rosario's next. They're just waiting for the moment to jump on her, pounce on her. So is John going to want to keep continuing when they're pushing him to do the show a certain way, and when he brings in people to be characters and they just fire them? Start thinking, guys. Start using your brains. Jon Favreau can walk today, and he has 10 other jobs in 30 seconds. He doesn't have to be there. I know he likes Star Wars. I know he wants to be there, but he has nothing to lose. He has millions of dollars, a house paid off. He has nothing to lose. He could walk right now. For all we know, he has already left. I'm not saying that he did, but I'm just saying. May the rock be with you, James. Not a whole lot outside of Chapek saying that KK is going to be with us for several more years. It's not going to happen. She's not going anywhere. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. It was for the shareholders, the shareholder meeting. Yes, as soon as I finish on this live stream, I'm going to record it and make a video. It will be up in the next, it's going to take me an hour or two to record it, edit it, put it out, but you will see today a video with all the key stuff he said. You can count on that. No worries. Favreau loves Star Wars, but he doesn't know Star Wars. That's why he was paired with Filoni. Filoni knows Star Wars, but doesn't care about it. So Favreau, one, again, being the president of Lucasfilm, he's not the guy to be the president of a giant corporation. And he won't be making any more shows. So for him to be effective, he has to have a good president above him. And Kathleen isn't going anywhere. So what am I supposed to believe in Favreau? Especially when he's got Filoni that's supposed to be respecting the lore, and he's constantly breaking it. Hopefully you heard. Either way, there's a video coming. They do, sometimes. There you go. Yeah, Etsy. I wasn't saying just them too, but yes, thanks. Yard sales. I mean, there's ways to get this stuff. Discount bins, all kinds of stuff. Not much because they don't care about black people at Disney, so. Yes, it's coming. No worries. Cool. And it could be back if the IP was respected and loved. It could be back. He was saying that he got rumors that they're setting up KK, they're going to fire her and all this. That's the thing, is that they're rumors. Yes, I will. Because it's not about money, guys. It's about agendas. It's about woke politics. It's about manipulating you and especially your children. It's time to wake up. That's what he said. It was over in 2012, bro. Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 5-10 years more. Till she's just tired and retired and she's got her claws and everything. And so the only solution is someone else to buy it, own it, and the first day one, bye, you're fired. It's the only way. And if I owned it, first 5 minutes, you're fired, Kathleen. Get the fuck out. I don't care if the news throws a fit. I don't care if the little SJWs cry on Twitter. In a week, they'll all forget about her anyways. And the truth is, like at the end of the Return of the Jedi, where they were celebrating all over the fucking galaxy, that's what would happen. So, she'd be fired in the first 2 minutes that I took over possession of that. One company, two factions, Favreau, no. Absolutely not. Mando has that shit in it. You're just not looking hard enough. It's not on the same level as the ST. And I'm not saying that Favreau doesn't want to be truer to George. I'm not saying that. But it's the same company. There's no way around that, bro. That's not how it works. You don't have different divisions working against each other in any corporation. You don't have a tire manufacturer that one division is making this tire and the other division is making this tire, but they're purposely contradicting each other. That's not how that works. They make different model tires for different things, but with the synergy of we're great tire manufacturers, not different divisions just doing what they want. That's not how corporations work. Now, you might have a rogue employee trying to do stuff, but guess what? They get fired. You're fooling yourself if you think they aren't buddies. Yep, $2 billion with $1 billion each. It's not a matter of thinking. That's literally what they did. They copied the Death Star. They copied everything. Sure isn't. Sure are. And there you go. There you go. There you go. Exactly. Like the jeans and watch guy that they digitally removed. Watch. Soon, Gina Carano, Cara Dune is going to be removed from The Mandalorian. Watch. And there you go. Sorry, the chat jumped on me here. Just a moment. Man, you guys are chatting away. Yeah, pure garbage. They're not Star Wars. Disney is a monopoly. They are under investigation by the SEC. Their own accounting, their accountant had caught them fudging numbers. They fired her. Disney's under all kinds of microscopes right now. So they're billions of dollars in debt. They have avoided billions of dollars in California because of a law out there that exempts them in taxes. They've not paid billions of dollars in taxes for like the past 30 some, however many years. I don't remember exactly how long. If you watch a video, Disney fines Emerson Elementary $250. It's one of my videos a few months ago. In there, I talk about all the information about that. They have avoided paying taxes in California for many years. They pay some, but not at the rate that they're supposed to be because of a certain law there. They've gotten away with billions of dollars and not paying taxes. I have a dozen different Star Wars series coming out. Yep, that's exactly what it is, because they know that you're not gonna like all this, but you're gonna like that one show, and as long as they get you with one little piece, they're gonna just keep going on until everybody says no, not interested in any of it, and they got nowhere to go, nowhere to turn. Then they have to sell it. So it's up to you guys. Do you want Little Bad Batch cartoons, or do you want Star Wars? Well, then we got to get it. Do you want a rock, or do you want Star Wars? Exactly. That's not all. They're not just going to cuck Obi-Wan, but all the things that they do is now going to affect Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope. And you all are going to sit around and be like, yeah, we want to see Kenobi because he's going to swing his lightsaber. Yay. And meanwhile, they're going to shit all over episodes 3 and 4. And then you all are going to be like, oh my God. Exactly. You shut them down at every turn. Nope. That's what you say to them. Sell, hashtag, sell Lucasfilm. Did they make Kermit a pink butterfly? Because they made Luke Skywalker, I don't know what they did to him. I'm not saying they're not shitting on other things, because they are. Their own stuff. But they have not shit on anything like they have on Star Wars. Oh, look, Grogu. Listen, all you guys have to do, and all you have to remember is...
Fade in.
They asked about her getting fired, and Bob Chapek walked right over it. I'll have a video up soon, as soon as I finish here. Widescreen theaters. Just dancing through life, skimming the surface, gliding where turf is smooth. Life's more painless for the brainless. Why think too hard? Nothing, he just dodged the question. Like Neo, yes. Yep. When I went to see The Rise of Skywalker, there was 8 people in the theater. I was one of those 8. And 1, I saw it for free because I had a family member that was an employee at the theater. And 2, I've been to every Star Wars movie in the first week. So for the channel, I went because it wasn't like I thought that The Rise of Skywalker was going to be good. In fact, if you looked at my first videos, I broke a whole bunch of leaks about that movie. So 8 people, and I was one of them. And this is a Cinemark, big, gorgeous theater, not like some bumfuck out of the nowhere theater. They keep it up, that's what it's going to be worth. No, she's not going nowhere. Yeah, they will. If we pressure them enough, they'll have to. No, I'm not saying that Netflix is perfect. They had their little cuties bullshit too. All I'm saying is Netflix also had, let's be real, not all, but the most great shows that have come out in the past year or a couple years has been Netflix, one after the other. Dark, Cobra Kai, Dark Crystal. I mean, they just show after show. Prime has some good stuff. HBO Max has some good stuff. Don't get me wrong, but like just as amount of W's, Netflix has been killing it. And if they're willing to treat Cobra Kai that way, then that's what we need for Star Wars. If Star Wars would have been treated with the same respect and love as Cobra Kai, holy shit. Disney owns Fox. Yeah, they're going to, again, lobby and twist the laws. And that's what I'm saying, guys. One thing is for him to just answer the question. Another thing is to go the extra step and be like, she's great. Oh, and we expect her to be here for many years to come. He's clearly telling you she's not going anywhere. Yeah, Amazon. I mean, it could be anybody. I'm just saying, I just go by like Cobra Kai because that, like, a lot of these companies are making really good stuff. But what's that one show that is referring back to something from the 80s and hit it 100% on the head? Total respect, total love, total. There's a difference between callbacks and referencing what was there before, and then member berries like The Mandalorian. Look, member berry, member berry, member berry, because they're so desperate. This writing is so goddamn awful that they're like, oh, look, it's a Jawa. Oh, look, look, look. It's not fitting within the context of the story to make a callback. It's, let's go to Tatooine because that's what they'll recognize. Let's put Jawas everywhere because they'll get excited over Jawas. So that's why I refer to Netflix and Cobra Kai, because that's something that there's a lot of new shows, but that's something that is going back, respecting what was pre-existing. And nothing has been like Cobra Kai. I mean, that shit is amazing. And still paying for that too. Yep. Yep. The problem is people don't vote. People don't speak up. People are like, well, there's nothing I can do about it anyway, so why try? Okay, well, then that's why we're in the situation we're in. If you all start speaking up and say, nope, hashtag Sal Lucasfilm, they don't have a choice, guys. And I don't expect every last fan to see my stream and know, or every last fan to do it. But if 80, 90% of all of us, millions of us are like, nope, game over, they're cooked. They're done. We've got them to the point where they will not upload to their own YouTube channel. So if you think we're not making a difference, it's time to wake up. Starting to turn against Disney in the comment. There you go. Every comment is Gina, but like I said, if people forgive Disney for a crumb, then we're done. Exactly. You have to hold your ground. If you all start watching Bad Batch, we're right back to zero again. How do you get justice for Gina? By watching the Bad Batch? Or by shutting them down? Think about it. Yes. And you got woke check, who loves KK, in full control. Exactly. Because by saying Yoda whatever, by creating Jake Skywalker, what are you really doing? You're saying fuck you, Star Wars, fuck you, George Lucas, and fuck you, fans of 43 years. That's what they're saying. Yes, absolutely. And again, I love Doomcock. It's not him trying to mislead you guys. It's not him. Doomcock's not like trying to mess with you. He's not making shit up. But he can get fed bullshit, and he's taking a great risk by releasing the stuff. And usually he's right. But he also gets some bullshit. And he puts his neck out there. So, don't think that Doomcock's bullshit or, get mad at him, because that's not the case. He very clearly tells you it's a rumor. Anybody would take Favreau. All day, every day. Welcome to Not My Star Wars. Yes. It's not going anywhere. That hashtag is pointless. It's not going anywhere. But what we can do is force them to sell it. Like I said, everywhere from now on, hashtag sell Lucasfilm. Every video they put up, dislike it, leave a comment. Don't be an asshole. Be an adult. I'm unhappy with Star Wars, or I'm unhappy with Disney because of this. Or put a Gina quote, or put a Star Wars quote, whatever. But anything that shuts them down. Do it responsibly, maturely. And basically convey the message that, no, we don't care what you make, we are rejecting it. You have disrespected the fans and the franchise for 9 years straight, and we're done. We're done. No more. No more chances, no more conversation, especially when now, 2 weeks in a row, Bob Chapek is saying, Kathleen's great. She's not going anywhere. Okay? So you refuse and resist at every angle, every post, every tweet, everything they do. You say, no. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. You get it trending everywhere. You remind them every single step they take. Instagram posts, Facebook posts, whatever they do. No. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. That's how. Until they're so embarrassed, until every shareholder sees that the only thing that trends that has to do with Star Wars is hashtag sell Lucasfilm. The shareholders are going to start pressuring them to be like, look, you guys got to get rid of this. This is an embarrassment. The stocks are crashing. People are pissed. The fans are pissed. You can't own a franchise. It's like, again, your pizza shop. If everyone in the neighborhood hates your pizza shop, not only is not coming in, but then trashing you everywhere you go. You put up a flyer, people exit out like, this shit sucks. You make an ad, people crap on it. You put out a tweet, don't go to this pizza shop. The service is terrible and the pizza sucks. You're miserable at every corner. You got no choice but to close down the pizza shop because nobody's going to come in. You can't stay alive with 3 people coming into the pizza shop. Lucasfilm cannot stay alive with the 1,000 people that are like, the High Republic, fire Gina Carano. It's literally like 1,000 people, 2,000 people. Exactly. Because they don't care about Star Wars. You guys got to understand that. Disney has no perception or love or care for Star Wars. They cared about the name, Star Wars. And they figured as long as we own that name, we can just print money. But they didn't realize, first of all, you can't shit on franchises. It doesn't matter if it's He-Man, Star Wars, Thundercats, whatever. But especially Star Wars, with the most rabid of fans of any franchise. Cartoon boy. Empire Strikes Back, but he wrote TFA with J.J. Abrams, and that's, yep. And furthermore, just handed it to Ryan. No plan. Just like, here you go. Do what you want to do now. Fade in. According to the president of Lucasfilm, that isn't going anywhere. No worries. I'll have a highlight video done after this. Thank people for listening to him. Thank people. They have drinks together every Friday. Oh, yeah, they sure do. Disney Star Wars. This is what has to happen to you.
Wipe them out. All of them.
It's your choice, guys. Do you want to cling on to Clone Wars Cartoon Season 7? Or do you want blockbuster fucking movies? Your choice. The mouse does not give a fuck about you. Understand that. Hey, Classic Glue, great to see you, bro. I don't want anyone to be canceled, but when you lose a company billions of dollars, yes, you should be fired. And there is a difference between fired and canceled, by the way. There you go. I call it Order 86, but yes. Because out of respect for George and his real Order 66. What needs to happen at Disney, or Disney Lucasfilm, is Order 86. They could have done so much stuff. No, that's the last thing we want. People think, oh, well, that's going to cure the sequel trilogy because it'll be an alternate timeline. And guess what? In 5 years, Kathleen's going to be like, well, you know, the 4, 5, and 6, that's an alternate timeline. So really what could have happened is this. And they'll make their new Mickey Mouse OT. So keep on holding on to the Bad Batch. It's your choice. Yeah, it's what's got to happen. We got to get it out of the mouse's gloves. It's the only way. He's been right about a lot of things, so you can't say that. Dissolve Disney. Well, for me personally, there should be legal action taken, and they are under investigation. It's a monopoly. They need to be broken up anyways. They're way in over their heads and way in control of too much. But what I'm saying is we got to focus on right now. Remember in Tron, the MCP is spinning, and then finally Tron gets like one of those blocks open, and there's that one weakness now that we can penetrate. Well, right now that's Lucasfilm. Let's focus power on that Lucasfilm hole. Wreck the shit out of them. Force them to sell it. And then that opens up the system. Now we can start looking at different angles and seeing where they're failing and why they failed and embarrass the shit out of them. And people will start looking at a greater microscope going on over there. But right now we've got that one opening, so we need to focus on that. Trying to come at every angle and dissolve them and all that. Disney's too big, too much going on there. But we got that block is open right now. And if you ignore it too long, the MCP is going to shut it back up and start spinning again, and we're stuck. We're going to have to fight another year, another 3 years, and see another bullshit-ass movie destroying canon and then shitting on the fans for us to have that opening again. And me personally, I don't want to see another piece of Disney bullshit. If The Rock didn't convince you guys, I don't know what to tell you. So right now, we've got that opening. Throw all your freaking discs in that opening right now. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. Yeah, well. He's around. He makes 8 videos a day. That's the thing. When you make those kind of channels, you get a bunch of traction and people are going to listen and get all excited. And then after so much time where they see you constantly are saying stuff that never happens, you're going to crash. And I know other channels like that. I'm not going to say any names, but sorry, what was that? Kathleen Kennedy is treating Star Wars like the MCU, but Star Wars is not correct. No, I'm not. I'm just, you guys are chatting so much. I'm behind, if that's what you mean. Most Star Wars YouTubers rely solely on clickbaiting and false theories, unfortunately. Just look at Star Wars Theory. Well, can't argue that. Twix commercials. Right Twix is always plotting against left. There you go. They were censoring our discussion on the female curves are being nerfed in a lot of IPs. I mean, what do you need opinion? A rock. Is that what you want from Star Wars? A rock? There's just not much opinion there. I have videos about it. It's the only way, guys. If nothing else, boycott Disney Lucasfilm. Do you remember what happened with Solo? The fans said no, and they lost a ton of money. Now imagine if every post they make, they get shut down. Everything they put out, they get shut down. There you go. Exactly. Because that's what they did, is bought the name, not the love. Well, when you get the multiverse, that's what's going to happen. Understand that, guys. The second they do that multiverse shit, then everything's fair game. You've opened the door to, well, you know, Revenge of the Sith isn't really what happened. Actually, Anakin fell to the dark side this way. Because that's maybe a George alternate reality. But the Mickey Mouse reality, the Mickey Mouse version is, this is what happened about Anakin. It was about Rey, the chosen one. Keep playing with the mouse. Keep on with Bad Batch. Yeah. 8 people. I was one of them. I have pictures to prove it. It's in my first video. Go watch my first video. You can see it there. What was that? We get Darth Vader with the Infinity Gauntlet. Trust twice. That's it. I hate to say I saw TFA 6 times, but only because I went. Sorry. Days, months, months. I haven't seen it, and I heard the finale was bullshit. They were hyping it up. Oh, Luke Skywalker ending, and it fell totally flat. Why don't you get it? Why are you on my stream? Shouldn't you get a job? And that's the thing, guys. If these were like Academy Award winning, amazing shows, I'd be the first one to be like, okay, that's good. But they're not. You're just thirsty. You've been in the desert and they give you a little drop and you're like, oh my God, thank you. Instead of saying, you're the reason why I'm in the desert. You're the reason that myself and millions of people are drying, shriveling up in the desert. And we're supposed to thank you for a drop of water. So first of all, they need to rectify by giving everyone all the water that they need, proper water. And second of all, amend for what they've done. And Disney ain't going to do that. So then therefore, you got two choices. Go ahead and roll around in the desert and be happy for a little drop every now and then, or shut them down and get out of the desert. And then when it was a success, Netflix went and spent millions of dollars to buy it and continued to make it. Take care, Classic Lou. Good to see you. Shut them down at every turn. It's not going to change. He's there, and Kathleen's going to be there. I do when it's an event like this during the day. No, they're shitting on it, is what they're doing. They're breaking lore all over the place. But if you like rocks, hey, enjoy that. What about clownfish? Do they put out rumors, do you mean? Well, they both worked and did stuff with Disney in the past, so they know quite a bit how it works. I don't agree with 100% of their takes, but no, they're not liars or they don't make stuff up. They always show you what article they're reading off of or what they're talking about. They're good people over there. She's not going anywhere. You could do that too. Not a bad idea. Oh yeah, everybody's going to flip their freaking lid. But you already know what's going to happen, so stop being delusional. Stop telling yourselves it's going to run out. She's going to be gone. Not going anywhere, guys. Correct. 1,000 times better. They fade out. There you go. Yep. As soon as I finish on this, I'm already going to start doing stuff, so. Because it brings subscribers. That's why. And Baby Yoda toys. They're not going to. Anything's better than what Disney's doing. Luke Skywalker is the face of the franchise, and they have shit on him for 9 years. So keep on thinking Kenobi's going to good, and they're going to change, and they're going to do something good, and they're going to care. Okay. That's not true. Doomcock's a good guy. One, because he had a newborn daughter, and he wanted to raise her. Two, because he wanted Star Wars to live, and he's older. He's not going to sit and make more new films. So he thought that Disney would continue with the legacy. Instead, they decided to destroy the legacy. He did it for you, believe it or not. Yep, and people are going to get tired of it or can't afford it. Today, incorrect. He had many more billions than what he made for Star Wars. has been no, it hasn't. They haven't made back their investment in buying it. They are billions of dollars in the black, or better said, in the red. That didn't help, but it was because of his daughter. He also wanted to make his museum. They are a monopoly, and that's what I'm saying. It's going to catch up to them. But right now, trying to tackle Disney is too much. Whereas we have that hole right there at Lucasfilm, and we can all get in that hole right now. They're not going to. So I've said it 30 times already. If you continue on with crap like Bad Batch, well then, that's what we're going to continue to get. Remember, box office is the box office. It's not what Disney takes home. The theater takes 50%. Plus taxes. Plus other fees. Plus you got to pay for marketing. Plus you got to pay for reshoots and all the crap that Disney does. So a film that they claim cost $300 million is really about $700-800 million. Then it makes $1 billion. That's $300 million. They're taking half of that because the theater's taking half of that. So how much did Disney make off of these movies? A few $100 million. They are way in the red. Who knows? But anything is better than what Disney has done. Even if they don't know what to do, there's plenty of people that do know and can help them. But the point is, first, get it out of someone's hands that hates the franchise, that hates the fans, that is at least going to, if you at least are trying and you're being respectful and you make mistakes, people are okay with that. But when you're literally disrespecting the fans and disrespecting the franchise, no good. I read all the chats, at least 95% of them. No, that's incorrect. Most Star Wars fans did indeed like the prequels. The media and a few people don't like them. And if you don't like them, that's fine. But they didn't make over $1 billion because people didn't like them. Incorrect. There's no probability Disney has not made any money off of Star Wars. They are in the red. Several $1 billion. Well, we can make that happen. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. It has happened, guys. Disney bought Power Rangers, fucked it up, and sold it back for half the price. There is precedent. So Lucas could buy back Star Wars for $2 billion, maybe less. But we have to pressure them to sell it. They've been trying, and they will continue to try. That too. You got Star Wars under 20th Century Fox. I'm not sure what. High School Musical. And Fox didn't own. They just were the distributor. No, it was not. It was made under Lucasfilm. It was distributed by Fox. You need to do some homework. There you go. Phony baloney macaroni? You didn't know that? You're in the right place. I call him out on all his bullshit, all his lies. He's been caught lying so many times. I love George Lucas. I love Star Wars. Breaks canon every freaking thing he does. Sat on the set of fucking TLJ and let Rian Johnson cuck and fucking make Jake Skywalker. Ahsoka's supposed to be dead before Order 66, and here we are. She's all over the place and about to get her own show. It's ridiculous. But he claims he cares about George Lucas and Star Wars. Well, but again, we can't focus on everything. We got to focus on the opening that we have here now. Shutting down productions of what? George Lucas owned 100% Lucasfilm. ILM, Skywalker Sound, THX, all of that. That was all Lucas. Skywalker Ranch, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, all of that. Red Tails, George Lucas owned all of that. No, it wasn't. Hail to all of you. All George Lucas Star Wars was good. Not some of it. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. That's how. I never said that she was. I've been telling everybody she's not going anywhere. He is a good dude. Okay. Don't cry for me. When you see that shit's bullshit, don't cry. You think that Disney bought Star Wars to make their money back in 40 years? That's hilarious. And I got news for you. If I was running Star Wars, they would have made their money back on the first movie. The hell planet do you live on? 40 years? George Lucas made all his money back on the first movie. I wouldn't say on track, but they were at least. Some of you thought that it was back. No, dude, they're in the red. It's not even. The numbers don't lie. They're way in the red. They're way behind. They should have made back their money on the first movie. Yep. The very first Star Wars, which later became A New Hope, adjusted for inflation, made over $3 billion. And The Force Awakens could only make $2 billion. So you understand. No internet, no cell phones, no social media, barely a TV ad, nothing. The first Star Wars. In 30 fucking theaters. There you go. We hold the power. I never saw it. I always hear it's terrible, though. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. It doesn't matter, though. What matters is that they listen to the fans. That's what matters. You see a post, you say, nope, sell Lucasfilm. You downvote it. You leave a comment. Any which way that they turn, you say, nope. Did JF I believe so. Don't quote me on that, but I believe so. I could be wrong. I don't follow that stuff too closely. I follow Star Wars. Sold to Fox, Disney wouldn't be a monopoly. Well, but then they might have bought Fox anyways. It's hard to say. I didn't. I know some people do. Boo. Who would you got to direct instead of JJ? Anybody. An 8-year-old. Nolan, Cameron, Spielberg. And there's tons of people. Rodriguez. I mean, first of all, someone that actually cares about Star Wars and knows something about Star Wars, not a fake-ass fan, who everybody saw, he'd shit on Star Trek. Oh, let's bring him in to do Star Wars. And now DC is about to put him to, he broke Star Trek and Star Wars, and they're going to bring him into DC. Holy shit. That's not, they can't shut down the production, dude. What planet do you live on? George Lucas owned Star Wars. Nobody could shut it down. No, you're living in fantasy. There you go, Nolan. There's so many things they could have done. Beyond me too. There you go. Yes, it can. What are you talking about? Every Star Wars movie made more money, more money, more money. What are you talking about? Until Disney got it, and then they went down. Every movie made less money. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's hard to say. Just saying that they might have ended up buying Fox anyways, and then we're right back to square one. Yep, get ready, because DC is about to get wrecked. Good afternoon, MJ. Good to see you. Disney has got right with Star Wars' aesthetic, and even then, it's not even totally right. Some people got worse. Some people think it's a great, that's Star Wars. And it's like, holy shit. Yes, it was. The sequels were bigger than Star Wars A New Hope? Do you mean prequels? Some fans, not many, and it made billions of dollars. Yeah, it's somebody that doesn't like Lucas made a documentary trying to make him look bad. Yes, we know. And the fact is they made billions of dollars, sold a shit ton out of toys, which people still buy, clones, your little clone cartoon and all, Bad Batch and all that. Where does that come from? The prequels. Everything Lucas did was better than Disney. But that was you. That's not the fandom. And I'm not saying that everybody loved the Phantom Menace, but most people were fine with it. They were okay with it. There wasn't hate for it like the sequel trilogy. That was the media and a few of you. That the only... I didn't hate it, but it has problems. If you watch it like I do, frame by frame, every Friday I go over the movies in deep dive, frame by frame, and you, holy shit, Rogue One's got problems. Holy. Like, if you just watch it, you're like, oh, okay, it's kind of Star Wars-y, it's good. But then you watch it closely and you're like, holy shit. If you look through my live streams, you can see I went over a Rogue One. It's the best thing they've made. It's the most respectful thing they've made, but it's not anywhere near what it needs to be. Everyone would. They were Star Wars. The sequels are not. Yeah, it's... That's correct. And they don't follow anything from 1 through 6. So regardless of who wrote it, I mean, yes, George didn't, but regardless of who wrote them, they have nothing to do with Star Wars. So they're not sequels. They're just Disney's fan fiction. Oh, those sequels is what you're saying. I love the Phantom Menace, my favorite of the prequels. There you go. There's a lot of people who love Phantom Menace. Disney Star Wars toys don't sell. Would rather have Jar Jar Binks than the main protagonist of the conclusion. They just came out with new toys, and Jar Jar Binks is one of them. And guess how many Kylo Rens and Reys and... 0. Not a single sequel trilogy toy. Nope, she's not going anywhere. They said she will be around for many more years, and I'm not kidding. That's what Bob Chapek said. Many fans have actually been inspired by the sequels because we all finally realized how good Star Wars was. I'm telling you, if Star Wars becomes free again, you will see a surge of content. Oh, absolutely. It's very simple. We get it out of Disney's hands. Hopefully Lucas gets it. He makes Star Wars Plus, and then real Star Wars is back on an exclusive website for just Star Wars content. And maybe we get Underworld instead of half-assed Mandalorian. And the 1313 game. Yeah. It doesn't matter if it's your first experience. The second you watch the old movies, you're going to say, these are a saga. And these don't even go together, never mind with the first 6. They don't even go together. They'll like them until they see real Star Wars and then be like, oh, shit. Which breaks canon. Rouge 1. Yeah, you can try. He's only looking pretty foolish. Notice he's the one person. And that's what I'm trying to remind you guys. There's always that one little person that's like, but Disney's great, the High Republic. And then there's 1,000 of us compared to everyone. Go to Star Wars YouTube right now and go look. 30,000 dislikes to 1,000 likes. So it shows you that the fandom is about George Lucas. 3 little airheads that like the High Republic are winning because they speak up. You all have to start speaking up and say no. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. That is exactly correct. That is pretty much literally what he said. Bob, everything is great, and Kathleen will be with us for many years to come. Good old EU, and that is only canon for me. Disney is just really bad fan fiction, and High Republic is just bad parody. Yep. We're here. Say what you want about the Clone Wars movie as well as the Clone Wars CG Clone Wars, but the Clone Wars movie was the last best Star Wars movie in theaters. Yeah, you can argue that. Okay, James. Disney is thinking of future fans. They're moving these stories forward into the future. Future fans. They're not you. And that goes to show that you were never a Star Wars fan or understood Star Wars, because Star Wars is timeless. Star Wars has survived 43 years, not because of Mickey Mouse, because of Star Wars. And you've just exposed yourself as a fool. Yep. Yep. Everything they do is referring to the old movies. So that's why they're moving into the future, right? Mm-hmm. Sure. We believe you. Beautiful stuff in the EU. A rock. No bots. Real Star Wars fans. You are the minority, dude. Real Star Wars fans ain't having it. He probably works at Lucasfilm. It might even be KK. Hi. No, she's not going anywhere. She's literally going to be here. She's not going anywhere. Nope. No, you weren't. Yeah, it'll be all yours. No one that is a Star Wars fan is okay with Jake Skywalker. You're full of shit. There was always love and support for Star Wars. Always. There wasn't stuff always coming out, but there was always love and interest for Star Wars. Now everybody hates the shit. Yeah, it is, but we have to remind them of that. Don't believe you. Don't believe you, dude. You can't say that you're connected to the OT and be sitting here talking this nonsense about Disney. Don't believe it. No, you haven't. Absolutely not. Yeah, in his mind. Sure he did. It's all garbage. It's all Mickey Mouse nonsense. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. Yeah, I mean, this is something I can't stress to you guys enough. When you get excited for Kenobi, or you're going to watch The Bad Batch, or you defend The Mandalorian, then you are saying to Lucasfilm, Jake Skywalker is okay. Jon Favreau told you, I showed you the clip a little bit ago, he is connecting the sequel trilogy with The Mandalorian. So, as long as you continue with this crap with Disney, you're supporting Jake Skywalker. Understand that. He's not going away. The sequels are not going away. So it's up to you. Do you want Jake Skywalker or do you want Star Wars? If you want Star Wars, we have to get it out of Mickey's gloves. If you want Jake Skywalker, continue on with this bullshit. They didn't say anything, just a bunch of fluff. They walked over a question about Gina Carano, and they said that KK is going to be around for years to come. Yes. Yes and yes, and I'll do a video about it. I've just been so busy, but that's a video that's coming. I have a JJ script for 9, and I have the Duel of the Fates Colin Trevorrow, and I will make a video about both. I just have a ton of projects going on, and live streams and all kinds of stuff, but I will be doing them. Look for them. CTFA thought it was good at first. After I saw TLJ, she knew I wasn't the same. Yet she got me a Baby Yoda t-shirt for Christmas. There you go. Luke from The Mandalorian was Disneyverse. Jake Skywalker, not George Lucas Star Wars. Yes. Yeah. Nope. Oh, they will. They're absolutely going to. They're going to personally cuck the shit out of Obi-Wan. And then the ripples of what they do to Obi-Wan is going to affect Sith and A New Hope. So put on your seatbelts, because here it comes. That's on you, dude. That's your belief. To me, Star Wars always got more and more and better and better. I'm not saying that the prequel is better than the OT, but as a franchise, as a universe, it continued to grow and expand. And the prequels did things better than the OT did. World building, effects. There's a lot of things the prequels did right. Lucasfilm was constantly growing, expanding, and value was going up. Disney Lucasfilm is constantly shrinking the universe, shitting on the few things that we had, and the value keeps going down. Yes, they are intent on driving it to the ground. It's the only way. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. And it's not hard. Star Wars fans are very vocal. You have StarWars.com. Put polls on there once a week. What do you guys want to see? Do you want to see Rey Skywalker? Or do you want to see Luke Skywalker, but they won't dare to do those types of things because they know that all the shit they've made, nobody cares about. Everybody wants all the original stuff. They don't have to guess. Do you want Saw Gerrera or do you want Mara Jade? You know, if they did polls like that, we already all know the answers. Jedi's my favorite, but those are both excellent movies. Hey, let's chop. Chop, chop. Coming soon. I have episode 8, JJ's, if you haven't seen it. So if you want to check that video out. Yep. They said she will be around for years to come. I don't like that little shit either. The little booger. He's cute, but he's a divisive product used to sucker you in, especially women. He's not a character that makes sense, not respecting the lore. He was used to sucker you in. And bullshit was he trained at the temple by many masters and all that. Get the fuck out of here, Dave Filoni. Like Force Healing did? Oh yeah, they're gonna fuck up A New Hope real good. Coming soon. The problem is, though, who's going to run it? If you have 1 million fans that put money, right, to buy it, then who's going to be in charge? You all are going to be arguing that I want this from Star Wars. I want Star Wars to look like this. I want this to do that. You see? That's the problem. The best thing is for George Lucas to get it. I'll tell you something. If I was like some oil mogul and had billions of dollars, I'd buy that shit, fly right to freaking LA, and be like, George, here it is. You're in full control. I don't want any more disrespect to Star Wars. You have to take it. And if at the end of the day I still own it on paper, I would not get in George's way at all. On the contrary, I would encourage him, help him, hype him up. Now, I already know that he's not going to want to make 3 new films, but I know that if he had full control, that he would like executive produce and could put people in place and control the canon, control the lore. That's all I care about. I don't expect him to make the 3 films, but we get his movie treatments and we make his movies. But that's the problem. If the fans all chip in, then everybody's going to be bitching. I want this. I want that. Who's going to run it? Who's going to be in charge? You see? And I've said it many times. You put me in charge. Everything that Disney made, and I mean everything Disney made, Clone Wars, Rebels, Resistance, Mandalorian, the comic books, High Republic, all their little bullshit books, all their little bullshit cartoons.
Wipe them out. All of them.
It's all going away. So you need to think about that, because who's going to be in charge and what are they going to do? Me, we go back to October 31st, 2012, and we make George Lucas Star Wars. It's not that good. It's fun, but it's not that good. Nope. It has absolutely nothing to do with Disney Star Wars. Phantom Menace had more practical effects than all the other Star Wars movies. Midichlorians have been around since 1973. Mister, I've been around since the beginning. And what's wrong with Anakin building 3PO? They don't. There you go. Very simple. I don't even have to answer that question. You all know what I would choose, what I would have done. I mean, he's dead, and Lucas said that it was, in fact, Palpatine that killed him. But, I mean, this is a perfect example. Do you want Jake or Luke? Do you want Plagueis or Snoke? Do you want Mara Jade or Rey Skywalker? That's true. Yes. Chop chop. Yeah, it's it'll be obvious. It came out maybe 2 months ago. J.J. Abrams episode 8 treatment. There's a live stream where we discuss it, but there's an actual video. It's, I think, 20 minutes. I read the whole script. I got pictures and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, you did. I'm not against the concept of Grogu. He's a cute little dude. But when you understand why he was put there, that's the problem. It wasn't genuine. It wasn't out of respect. It was to take advantage of member berries with Yoda. Had he been in the temple, you would have seen him. He would have been the most important thing because he's a baby Yoda. In Order 66, Yoda himself. But all the Jedi would have been like, we've got to get to Grogu. If he was trained by many masters, where was he? Not to mention, he would have been about 25 years old. Which means, in Yoda years, he was like 5 minutes old, like a human baby. But yet, he trained with many masters in the temple in Coruscant. Not a picture, not a footprint, not a mention, not nothing. Order 66 is going down. Younglings are getting chopped down. There's no hologram of him. There's no mention of him. Yoda himself wouldn't have been like, what about Grogu? He was used to sucker you in, to make adventures and babysitting. Notice all the girls like, he's so cute. Okay. But none of them are like, wow, he's a really good character. He's well written. It makes sense. A bounty hunter that's babysitting. This is really great. You see? I don't think we're even going to see Grogu again. Yep. Yep. No, he didn't. He brought in girls. Not all types of fans. He brought in girls. He was there for bringing in girls. Look how cute. I'm not saying no guys don't like him, but that's what he was for. That's exactly what they're doing. They're setting up the screwing up of the prequels with fucking rocks. Yeah, I don't care for the Mandalorian. It's nonsense, but yep. It could happen. We just got to get it out of Mickey's gloves. Guys, Star Wars is there. It's just not being managed correctly. Star Wars fans are dying for real Star Wars. That's not the issue. It's who's controlling it. Oh, Lord. You not understanding Star Wars is different than George Lucas not respecting it. Yoda split himself into two? I'm not sure what you mean. Darth Yoda? Yep. There you go. Sell Lucasfilm. Filoni made that, not Lucas. No, it doesn't. But they sure would respect it and try a lot harder, now wouldn't they? They wouldn't make a rock, now would they? Yep, he solved the whole thing. Every episode he's on his ass. And I'm not kidding. He lands on his ass every episode. Start paying attention. Stop that blurry goggles. I'm so thirsty. Pay attention. I don't agree with that going fine. But they sure did make a mistake firing Gina, now didn't they? Keep dreaming, Star Wars land. Clone Wars animated in 2003, 2005. No, that was Gendy. He hired Gendy Tartakovsky to make a promotional cartoon for the building up to Sith. He didn't. That's why that's not canon either, because that wasn't what George Lucas had in mind. Like Grievous, he's all different. If that's what you're referring to. But also the other Clone Wars. No. That could have been cool. I've never heard that. Luke's wife? I've never heard that. I can't say. I mean, I don't know, but I've never heard that. Don't believe half the shit you see in media, guys. They should have just made the Boba Fett show to begin with. Now they brought back Boba Fett. He was more popular than Mando, and now he's got a Boba Fett show. They should have just made Boba Fett from the beginning. Have you noticed that they try to do new shit, it fails, and then they always go back to the old shit every time? So there you go. They're pretty freaking terrible. Yeah. I call him Baby Yoda usually. Yeah. Because they're trash. They're absolute trash. Just as a film alone, each one is garbage. Then you've got that they don't even mix together as a trilogy. Then you've got they break complete lore. That is not how Han Solo behaves. Leia would not hug a strange girl and have Chewbacca walk past her. That is not Luke Skywalker. And if you don't understand this, dude, if you're actually asking this question, it's what I said a while ago. You are not a Star Wars fan. The wise him saying his apprentice killed him in his sleep would be an indication the story is partially. The problem is we don't know how long ago he killed Plagueis. It could have been before the prequels. You see? Could have been before Anakin was born. So that's maybe why he didn't show it. I have proof that Lucas said that, yes, Palpatine killed Plagueis, but he doesn't say when. So it could have been 15 years before, you see what I'm saying? Or 5 years before Anakin was born. So therefore, you wouldn't see that. And what is he? If he would have done that, everyone would have been like, you made a whole movie just about that? Where was Anakin? Blah, blah, blah. No matter what he does, people are going to bitch. That way, when Palpatine tells Anakin the true tragedy of Darth Plagueis is the wise, him saying his apprentice killed him in his sleep. Indication story. It's not a lie. Lucas said that's exactly what happened. And not even in tech, like in an interview, he says it out of his mouth. Yes, Palpatine killed Plagueis. I have the video. I've been so busy I haven't been able to do something with it. But it's coming. You'll see it. Yep. He doesn't get it because he's not a Star Wars fan, guys. You're wasting your time. Why are you on my stream? Nobody's forcing you here. And you coming here is going to tell YouTube to keep showing you my shit. So keep it up. Good job. And you just hate hearing the truth, don't you? I sense much fear in you. Yeah, the whole Grogu thing is just dumb. Well, that's hard to say because, like, for example, Anna, that Star Wars girl, loves Baby Yoda. And I can't say she's not, because she knows Star Wars very well. And she's definitely a fan. So that's not totally fair. But they are playing on her emotion as a female to be like, oh, look, a little baby. But she does encourage Star Wars. She does encourage Disney because she's, sadly. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. There you go. He was always great. There you go. Dark Yoda would exist. I thought there was a force power for that, but I cannot remember which one. It's called Disney fan fiction. That's the force power. Yeah. That's another thing with Disney. Everybody survives TIE fighter crashes for some reason. Kylo Ren, Moff Gideon, all these people just crash TIE fighters and just walk away on not clothes, not ripped or nothing, no dark on their face, nothing. They just come out like, oh, it's all good. Have you ever been in a car accident? No, they didn't have to fire her. On the contrary. It's full of faults. They should have made George Lucas' Star Wars land is what they should have done. Yep, with a navigator that's a rock. Yep. A soccer ball. Nope. She had to die before Order 66, dude. She's breaking the OT. No good. Ahsoka's no good. I don't agree with that. I mean, I wouldn't be mad if he was already a teenager, but that's the... You did need to see Anakin as a child, because you had to understand where he came from, that he was a slave boy, all the things that he had to go through. You're taking for granted Lucas showing you why he becomes Vader. Disney Star Wars. But that's not canon. It could be. I'm not saying Lucas didn't say that, no, that's not what happened. But I'm just saying, technically, that's not canon, so you can't assume that that's what happened. He could have died decades before. You understand? Not if you're supporting the Disney stuff. No, you're not. Absolutely not. You sure don't sound like it. No Star Wars fan is okay with Jake Skywalker, dude. Period. You may be a fan of the name, you may be a fan of the idea, but a Star Wars fan? Nope. That would be cool. Yeah, they aren't sequels. How do you know that? How do you know all these people aren't older than you? There you go. Correct. Absolutely. Grogu, good. I don't hate Grogu. It's like I said, it's just the way that they use him and the reason they used him. That's the thing. It's not genuine. Yeah, no, there's, again, it's tricky, because he's magnetic, the little guy. That doesn't mean you're a Star Wars fan. Having toys doesn't mean you're a Star Wars fan. You're in love with the idea of Star Wars. That's different from being in love with Star Wars. If I was KK, I would have made George's sequel trilogy. What is that? There's another question there. It's literally what I would have done. I would have called George every other day. How we doing? Do you see the dailies? How's everything look? What do you think? Is this correct? Should I double check that? What do we do here? I would have made George Lucas Star Wars is what I would have done. It's really simple. And sold the shit ton out of it. Billions and billions of dollars of toys, movie sales, sheets, mugs, hats, socks, press-on tattoos, backpacks. No, absolutely not. There's only one timeline, one canon. George Lucas, 1 through 6. No alternate nothing. There's no time travel. There's no alternate timelines. He crashed. The ship blew up, rolled all over the place, was in flames. He just got out. Clothes not torn or on fire. No mark on his face. Nothing. Just got out. All good. Maybe. No, she didn't, dude. Go read her tweets instead of reading what everybody says her tweets said. Furthermore, I know you didn't read her tweets because it wasn't a tweet. It was an Instagram post. Stop echoing fake news. No, they didn't. Wrong. Go to the Star Wars YouTube channel and you tell me how many people hated Cartoon. Yeah, and don't get me wrong. As long as it's like I always say, guys, EU is not canon. But as long as it's something that does not contradict 1 through 6, okay, no problem. You can consider it that that's a fit and that it most likely could be canon. No problem here with that. Absolutely. Just know that anything that contradicts even a fucking piece of punctuation that George Lucas made is not canon. Yeah, Pedro, Christina Ariel is tweeting all kinds of this racist shit all over the place. But it's all good. But that's what happens when you don't go read the shit yourself. You look at what other people are saying. She made a post about conservatives and Republicans. She didn't say none of that in her post. But keep echoing what the media tells you. You sound real smart. Exactly. That's the problem with Ahsoka. Luke is the last and only Jedi. There is no Ahsoka Tano. She didn't help anybody. She didn't do anything because she didn't exist. She dies before Order 66. It's just that simple. That is Star Wars, episodes 1 through 6. It's not complicated. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. Mando 1 and 2 pretty solid, except Martez. Rebels is severely lacking, and sequels are just bad. Okay, but did you hear yourself in your own? Clone Wars was good, except for you can't do that, dude. Either it was good or it wasn't. You can't but these episodes I'll take out and the rest is great. That's not how it works. And no, it wasn't that great. Ahsoka dies before Order 66. Yep. Bye. Take care of everyone. It has a nice day. Glad to catch a stream. Yeah, good to see you, Dead Girl. See you soon. Friday, I'll be doing part 2 of A New Hope. Assuming something else doesn't come up, but Friday. Joe isn't a living organism. How can a rock pilot a vessel? Doesn't that mean that anything can be a sediment in the Disneyverse? Yeah, well, keep on supporting Disney, guys. It's up to you. You want rocks? That's what you're going to get, a box of rocks. A navigator that has no arms and no eyes. But hey, that's Disney. She breaks all the lore. She breaks the OT and Revenge of the Sith. But hey, keep cheering for Ahsoka Tano. There you go. Yep, over social media, no less. Cowards. Well, they're paying for it. Pascal. Well, he's Latino, technically. He's not really white, but... Well, I've talked about it. It's okay, but... No. Explain, but cannot find it anymore. Might have mixed it up with Essence Transfer, which is obviously not the same. Everything he makes is made up. So he has cool thumbnails. He's a very good talker. And everything he says is made up. None of it happens. None of it's true. So what's the point? Who do you hang out with? Do you live like in Anaheim? Like, are you hanging out at the Mickey Mouse Club? There you go. No, some did. The media played it up like everyone did. But most Star Wars fans didn't have a problem with the prequels. And I'll be the first one to tell you, the prequels don't hang up, don't stack up against the OT. The OT is the crown jewel. There's no argument there. But hated the prequels or disliked them? No. I came out of the theater, dun 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 dun, like all of you did. Yep. That's Disney fan fiction. Bleeding crystals and all that. That's all Disney fan fiction. That's not how it works. You go to Ilum and the crystal chooses you. That's how that works. Now, she dies before Order 66. George Lucas said it. There's no Ahsoka. There you go, but it's so long. I mean, I get what you're saying, so they don't just sell it to anybody. But guys, at this point, anybody's better. And understand something. Us saying sell Lucasfilm is telling George, Obviously, see, this is another thing you got to consider. If all the fans aren't speaking up and saying, George, we want you back, we want it out of Disney's hands, then George isn't going to make a move. We have to 3 times what people said about, I don't like the prequels. Everybody has to say, George, we want you back. Sell Lucasfilm. Six months of everybody saying that, he's going to really think about it. No. That's the thing. Can you right now put in the prequels and watch them? Maybe they're not your favorites, but can you watch them? Yes, because they're Star Wars. Can you right now go and watch The Last Jedi? Well, not if you got a brain. Did I miss? KK isn't going anywhere, so that's a waste of time. Sell Lucasfilm, though. Yep, that's Disney fan fiction. And then, of course, phony baloney macaroni. Oh, well, Ahsoka bled the dark side crystal back to white lightsaber. Fucking stupid. I'm glad for you because I don't. Never have. And there's a difference between 3 people not liking it and everybody hating Disney stuff. It's a big difference. Not like that. Nope. Okay, listen to your own comment. So you did like the prequels. So you were worried about what some other dumbasses said or what the media said. And yet you're saying that you did like the prequels. So you're contradicting yourself, saying people hated the prequels because obviously you did like them. And you weren't alone. They didn't make over $1 billion because nobody liked them. In the 90s, without the internet and without cell phones and without social media. Absolutely. That too. I'm here every Friday and I put out videos as often as I can. No, but I speak for the majority, and I speak for the real Star Wars fans. It was monumental. Star Wars wasn't just seeing a movie, it was a big crowd reaction. Everybody cried and laughed and gasped and clapped together. At the end of every Star Wars movie, everyone stood up and applauded. That was Star Wars. Before that, when did he see a vision of the Purge? When? Where? Oh boy, all over again. It's not that good. I'm not interested. I don't care for The Mandalorian. It's fun to watch if you turn off your brain. If you know lore, if you care about Star Wars and you actually pay attention, it's a production mess and it's a canon lore breaking mess. Sure. Or if people hate something that you like, either way, or people like something that you hate. You're not, first of all, nobody's insulting you. All I'm telling you is you cannot possibly be a Star Wars fan if you defend the Disney trilogy. It's nobody has ever on my channel, including myself, said that you cannot enjoy the Disney trilogy. If you want to, by all means enjoy it, but you cannot call it Star Wars or canon when it is not. Something that breaks and contradicts everything that Star Wars was is not Star Wars. It's just that simple. That's like, I have a recipe for lasagna. It's been around for 50 years. That's what lasagna is. And 1 million people around the world made lasagna. Then you come along and completely change the recipe and you call it lasagna. We're all supposed to say, oh, well, it's lasagna because you call it lasagna. Doesn't work that way. And not much. It didn't do too much. They did say Kathleen is going to be around for a while, so. That was Star Wars. And let me tell you, the old ones, holy shit. People camping out for a month before, people hanging out afterwards and partying, rounds of applause, people getting it, seeing the movie coming out and getting back in line. Disney just is so stupid. Cost themselves billions of dollars. Yeah. There's a lot of things that could have happened. Yes, it does. All over the place. And if you don't understand this, you need to reanalyze your knowledge of Star Wars. How do you not know this? It breaks canon every single episode. It breaks its own canon, and it breaks Star Wars canon every single episode. 73. Oh, wow, look at that. You might learn something today. And the Wills have been around forever as well. The original Star Wars was the story of the Wills. And in fact, it was originally the Wills were the keepers of the Force, the keepers of the story. But then it became quickly the Wills were the Force. Midichlorians have been around since the early 70s. Yes, it does, because it breaks canon. Ahsoka's there. And that's one of many things. It breaks all of Star Wars. Did you see the Clone Wars? Do you remember Bo-Katan with Ahsoka Tano? How old is she? 25 maybe? Mandalorian's like 25 years after. So Bo-Katan should be 50, right? Does she look 50 to you? Start using your brain. Yeah, nobody, I've said it so many times in all my streams. You like what you like, you watch what you like. I'm not telling you not to. Doesn't mean it's Star Wars. Cobra Kai. I recently saw a show on Netflix. It was really good. Damn, I can't remember the name right now. Give me a minute. Maybe it'll come back to me. But I really want to see that show again. Outside of that, no. I mean, everything's a disappointment. Come in America just came out. It was trash. I mean, there's not anything. Not that I can think of. And it could. And George Lucas, every single movie, 6 times, changed the industry. Disney devolved the industry. It's not about the time. It's not about all this other bullshit. It's about proper storytelling. Clone Wars 7 times in theaters, just with my friends, born in '86. We loved Star Wars back then. I mean, really loved Star Wars. That's dead and gone. Well, but the old stuff is still around. I mean, you still love it. The old stuff. Just the new stuff, yeah, that's dead trash. Oh boy, here we go again. Luke Skywalker is the new hope. He is the only Jedi. Ahsoka cannot be alive. And don't give me but she's not a Jedi. Oh, really? She uses the Force, knows all about the Force, knows Obi-Wan, knows Yoda. She didn't help the rebellion. She didn't contact anybody. She's just sitting there watching the Empire. Darth Vader, who she knows is fucking Anakin, taking over the galaxy, and she sat around with her thumb up her ass. She cannot be alive. She died before Order 66, according to George Lucas. End of fucking conversation. She breaks the first 6 movies. Not really. Only the movies are canon. But you can take it as canon as long as it's not contradicting. Yes, most of them. It's the newer past few years I haven't, but I think Resident Evil 5 was the last one I played. Love Resident Evil. And yes, I played all the old ones. Ton of filler, ton of breaking canon. Well, much to learn you have. I have a live stream. Did George Lucas have a plan for Star Wars? There it is. All about the Wills, all about the midichlorians. I talk all about it for like 5 hours or whatever that stream is. I'm not going to go all over it again. That stream is there if you want to go see it. Well, because they told him they were going to use this stuff. They bought his treatments. They told him he was going to be a consultant. His mistake is he trusted them. He believed in them. Yeah, well, we can make it happen. It's up to you guys. Could not post the link, but his vision is mentioned on Wikipedia in the Ahsoka Tano article. Disney fan fiction. Then just above the personal traits section, last paragraph, listed as legends. Yes. But look at where the source is from where it comes from. Probably the Ahsoka novel. Disney fan fiction. That's the thing. Don't just look at your first step is yes, look under Legends tab, but then go down and look at the sources and see where that actual reference comes from. And 9 times out of 10, It's Disney's fan fiction. It's not from an EU book in 1990. It's not from George Lucas. It's not from a documentary about Star Wars. It's from like Ahsoka's novel or Rebels or some bullshit. Disney fan fiction. So therefore, and that's the thing, I don't waste my time with Disney fan fiction. But hey, keep supporting the Clone Wars like it's some great thing, and that's what you're going to keep getting. People say, I love The Empire Strikes Back. Well, you're never going to get that again if you keep watching Bad Batch. Luke, when gone I am, the last of the Jedi you shall be. Go watch the movies. You have much to learn. No, she can't be alive. Yoda, Obi-Wan would have sensed her, would have felt her through the Force. They would have sought her out. They would have sent out a message. Why would they be so adamant on protecting Luke and training him if they could just call Ahsoka, who's already experienced? Why would they waste their time? Why wouldn't they get them together to fight Vader? Understand? No, dude. There is no way, no way whatsoever that Ahsoka can be alive. Yes, he did. And again, you're obviously not a Star Wars fan if you don't know these things. He literally moved the needle in Hollywood every single movie. How do you not know this? Any Star Wars books, all the old EU stuff. Dark Empire, Shadows of the Empire, Heir to the Empire. I like Darth Maul, Shadowhunter. I'm not a big EU guy, but I've read a lot of it. Splinter of the Mind's Eye. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. I don't remember all the titles and all the stuff, but Rogue Squadron. Tons of them. I like the bounty hunter stuff. Tales from Jabba's Palace. That kind of stuff. The old encyclopedias and visual dictionaries were awesome. The Darth Talon comics were pretty freaking awesome. Misplaces Trust in KK, yeah. Because she was around for a long time and she probably did the yes man thing, like, yes, George, I played the little role to convince him, and then as soon as she got control, she was like, the Force is female. Unfortunately, he made a mistake there. Don't feed the mouse. Fan video, Terminator, TechCom combining Terminator. Oh, nice. T2, Sarah and John, Fleet Iraq. Oh, sweet. Cool. Send me a link. I'll check it out. I have so many things in my head I'm going to forget. Never mind that it's on another channel, and so comment or send it to my email. Yes, every single movie changed the industry. And those didn't change the world or the industry. Lucas's films did. Yeah, that's the thing. And listen, I'm a researcher. I don't come on here and talk out of my ass. If I'm telling you something, it's because I've researched it and I can prove it. I can show you where it comes from. It's not to say I don't make mistakes. Although rarely, when it comes to Star Wars, which you're going to find very few. But I tell you this stuff because I've taken the time to research it. Because I've been a fan since '77. And so many times when you look under either tab, You start to this is the thing. When you do proper research, you can't just look at like the citation. You got to look at where that source is coming from. And 9 times out of 10, they'll be telling you some shit, Bleeding Crystals, Ahsoka Tano, this, that, and the other, and then you see the source, and it's some Disney book that was written in 2016. So therefore, it's invalid. Filoni trying to show his idea as his own Star Wars, but since it couldn't make it on his own, he injected it into Star Wars. Yes. George Lucas created and funded the Clone Wars. Filoni made Clone Wars. What you see is Dave Filoni. All the breaking of canon, all the Ahsoka stuff, all that is Dave Filoni. Kirshner's brilliant directing, which he... I love Jedi. Jedi's my favorite, so... Wasn't written in written form. Books and novels approved by George till Disney took over isn't canon. Yep. Vader dies in Splinter. Yeah, it's not canon, but it's a great story. And it was the original Empire. But that just goes back to show you that the EU is never canon, because as beautiful as those stories are, George would just come along and completely crush that. So EU is never technically canon. Now, I will repeat, there are EU stories that do not conflict with the movies, and you can say, okay, well, I'll consider it canon, but it's not true. The only true canon is 1 through 6. Directed by George's story. Well, and Kirshner himself said every day George would look at dailies. So don't think that Kirshner was just off by himself doing what he wanted. No. George Lucas was looking at dailies. Of course he is. Oh, Lord. Dude, it's a business. It's about making money. And his intention was for it. When he first came out, he said it was canon. And then he stepped away. Filoni started breaking canon. And George had nothing to do with it. It's not a matter of him approving of it. One thing is him approving and making it like any EU book. Another thing is it being canon. And if it's not canon, it's not official. Really? Let me look at that. Down $7. Yeah. That's funny because earlier I posted something because somebody's like, why aren't you posting Disney stocks anymore? So I was like, okay. And I posted it and it was down. And now it's way down. Oh, Lord. All right. I'm going to finish up here soon so I can get this video done. Because I already know everybody's going to steal my thunder. I'm the one that fucking did this. And now everybody's going to be like, oh, did you hear what Chapek said? Yes, I used to have a ton of toys, books, all that stuff. I had a massive Boba Fett collection, and then I lost them all in the storage. Unfortunately, I don't have any of that shit anymore. Life is what it is. Sometimes things happen. Now I have nothing. I have like 2 little Star Wars things. Every film he changed. Again, you need to do some homework, dude. Hey, Bowden, good to see you, bro. I'm not sure which one of you. Is that John? Good to see you. We're playing building up an army base. Nice. Have to research to understand the films. What's on screen should tell you everything you need to know. That's why when you say midichlorians, sometimes I say, huh? Okay, but You're mixing up understanding the films, which we all saw them. Well, at least most of us saw them and understood them, and people like you saying, "Well, midichlorians were stupid," when in reality, midichlorians were around before the movies were around. He just hadn't talked about them yet. And everyone in the old movies was like, "How does the Force work? I want to know what happens." The second he explains to you how the Force works, everybody got a fucking stick up their ass. Yes, he not only did he contradict himself, but yes, he did change the entire film industry with every single film. Good. Yeah, I gotta. Damn it, I gotta make him stuck on there. No, I love you guys. That's why I do this. Mention the Purge is from Destiny episode when Disney had the IP. Yeah. That's the thing. I know because I researched the shit out of this stuff, guys. And I don't look at one title or one source. I look at 10 sources and cross-check them and make sure that they correlate or that they don't conflict. I already know what Disney does. They try to tell you this stuff is canon or legend. They try to slip it in even into legends. And then when you really look at where it comes from, you're like, ah, shit, some fucking Disney novel in 2018. You know, it's like so tremendous. Ruined a otherwise good Star Wars story for you. Everything that Disney has done. Every last thing that Disney has done. My pleasure. Oh, cool. Good to see you, John. My homies. I got a video coming out, which you are in. You'll know. Once you see the title, you'll know exactly what it is. So check it out. I was going to put it out today. I couldn't get I have like one little piece of editing left before the stream. I couldn't get it done. And then now I got to make another video. But it'll definitely be up tonight or tomorrow. You'll know. Once you see the title, you'll know. Did introduce Rots. The last episode, we're explaining how Grievous kidnapped Palpatine and why he had trouble. Yeah, I love that. Those Clone Wars were amazing. Will you ever? Well, this channel doesn't really make money, so maybe later when it gets big and it actually makes money. I'm in no financial situation to be buying anything, and furthermore, I need to buy a mic. I need to upgrade the mic. So right now I can't, even if I wanted to. If I were rich, sure, I would buy a lot of that stuff. But also because of the fact that I lost all that stuff, it's a little bit traumatizing. Like sometimes I don't even want to think about like all the Boba Fett stuff I lost. Like it really breaks my heart. So it's also a little bit hard to want to get that stuff. But I mean, yeah, if I had a bunch of extra money, sure, I would buy a bit of that stuff. Absolutely. It's just I had Boba Fett stuff from way back and stuff from Japan, and it's just. Anyways. Did George Lucas have a plan for Star Wars? That's the name of the stream. It was a few months ago, maybe 3 months ago. And I actually show the articles where he talks about the midichlorians, talks about the wills. You'll see. And always, all my streams, all my videos, if I cite something, the link is there. I usually put the links at the very bottom of the description. But like if I reference a video, an article, whatever, the links are there. So you can go back. Not only do I tell you, I show you, but you can also check the link and check it for yourself. I don't have to hide because I'm telling you the facts. Do your research, yes. Slicing through Rebels and Rogue One didn't happen to you. No, absolutely not. Darth Vader wouldn't do that. It's way beneath him. Which is funny because John doesn't agree with that. He thinks that that's what Vader would do, but no, he would not. Arrogant Anakin would not be wasting his time with little rebel troopers. That's not Darth Vader. Good question. Yeah. And it's a little heartbreaking to think about it, you know. But yeah, you know, if I won the lottery or was making a ton of money, you know, yeah, I would buy some of that shit again. It's just I have to prioritize things, and you know, there is some trauma because it was all my life, you know, 43 years of. Yeah, enjoy it. Hate Disney Star Wars. It's not my favorite. My heart is with the OT, but I don't think people who like those films are stupid. I never said you're stupid. I said you're not a Star Wars fan. That's all. Because you cannot like the Disney stuff and say that you're a Star Wars fan when the Disney stuff contradicts and breaks all of George Lucas's stuff. It's really simple. That's like saying, I love this girl, but yet I want to hang out with all these other girls. It's not how it works. You lust for that girl, you like that girl, but you're not in love with her if you need all these other fake girls that are nothing like this girl. It's not how that works. Now, one thing is you want to sleep with all kinds of different women. I get it. But love this woman? There's no option of loving other women, and especially when they're completely night and day from this woman you claim you love. Yes, in a video game, yes. In our minds and hearts, and like, yeah, we want to see Vader. I get it, but that's not what Darth Vader would do. A lot of Star Wars toys. I'm a big fan. I used to watch the movies every Friday. Nice. Well, we watch them every Friday. This Friday we'll be doing part 2 of A New Hope. No, you don't have to do that. All I'm telling you is if you are like or support the Disney stuff, then you're obviously not a Star Wars fan because that contradicts what Star Wars is, dude. Simple. No, he would send his stormtroopers to do that. Like you saw in A New Hope. That's what a military leader does, is send his little minions to deal with rebel scum. If there was a Jedi, if it was a leader, someone of importance, someone of a threat, okay. But Darth Vader is not wasting his time with little rebel guys with the round helmets. That's what stormtroopers are for. Just like you saw in A New Hope. They went in, cleared and secured the ship, and then Vader comes in. Same thing with Hoth, same thing with any military situation. George Washington was on the line, right, in the Civil War. He was on the line with his troops, but he wasn't shooting and rushing in. His troops would do what they did, and he would be there. He would overwatch, but he's not going in there and fighting, chopping down rebels. Now, if it was Leia or Mon Mothma, like an opportunity target, okay. Bail, but little rebel guys in the hallway? That's what stormtroopers are for. I don't think. I know that's what stormtroopers are for. Yeah, you're just not. It's like a total contradiction. It's ridiculous. Well, but that's like saying history isn't actual history. It's what I believe that I want it to be. And that's not how life works. Facts are facts. History is history. You don't get to bend it, shape it, change it to your liking. That's not how it works. So you're out of touch with the reality. That's what you're saying. That's what they do in A New Hope, dude. You saw them do it. Maybe I will. I'm not sure about Vader versus Rebels. On the one hand, I don't think we ever see him doing that in the OT. But then it is kind of implied on Hoth and New Hope. Yeah, that's the thing. Remember that there's a lot of things we want as Star Wars. Don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not saying that George Lucas was perfect or that I would have made Star Wars exactly like he did. There's plenty of things I would have loved to have seen. But at the end of the day, it's George Lucas's. It's not mine. It's not yours. So we have to respect and go by what he shows us. We can speculate all day long, but the movies are canon. They show us the dialogue, the actions, show us. So to assume that Vader would do anything other than what George Lucas showed us is foolish. And if you know anything about military, that's how it goes down. It's not like the leader's out in front like, come on. That's not how that works. And we literally see the stormtroopers break into Echo Base and break onto the tent of 4. I mean, it's there. You see it. If Vader was going after Mon Mothma and 10 rebels came in and tried to stop him, okay, yeah, he's going to cut him down. I'm not arguing that. But what I'm saying is that Vader purposely going out like, I got to clear all these rebels out to get to the... No, dude. No. He sends in a garrison of stormtroopers. They do all their little thing, blah, blah, blah. And then he comes in. Not out of fear, not out of lack of skill. He can fuck everybody up. That's not the point. It's beneath him. Remember that Anakin is very arrogant. And he's not going to be flim-flamming around with rebel guys in the hallway of the Tantive. Or in Rogue, it's right before they get onto the Tantive. Yes, I know. But still. We have to go by, always remember, we have to go by what George showed us. He made things very clear. Can we speculate? Can we have fun? Can we say I would have liked more? Sure. But at the end of the day, no, it always had canon. Canon's been around since 1966 in Star Trek, so absolutely not. It was always canon. Younglings, Revenge of the Sith, though, is Darth Vader, and then kills... Okay, but that's totally different. 1, he's under orders from Palpatine. 2, he's trying to impress Palpatine. 3, he just went to the dark side. 4, he's taking Jedi. Younglings are not. They're Jedi. They are threats now, or going to be threats in the future. The point of Palpatine, remember...
Wipe them out. All of them.
Okay? So you got to remember that Palpatine wants all traces, all people out of there. No options, no future, no chances, no nothing. He wants all the Jedi killed. Which, by the way, everybody that's like stuck on their EU, but then Vader was hunting Jedi all over the place for years, and no, he wasn't. There was like a small handful of Jedi left. He killed them all in the temple. The few that were left, he tracked them down very quickly, and that was that. And Obi-Wan sat in the desert for 19 years. Sorry to tell you. That's what's happened. Separatist leaders, they were number one, had a lot of power because they had the CIS. And number two, remember that Palpatine was manipulating them. So now that he was done with them, right? Clear them out. Plus the connection of getting Anakin to Mustafar to then become burnt bacon to then make that his home. That's where Vader's castle is. Okay, George Lucas knew what he was doing. Those are key targets, not just rebels in a hallway. Tractor beam and then when they catch up to the rebels, the Tantive, in the beginning of episode 4, is that what you're talking about? Which is another thing. Why would Vader go through all that trouble when they just escape and 5 minutes later they catch up to him again? Like, what's the point? Vader wouldn't have done that. Nope, they don't have anything. They're cardboard. For Star Wars will instead be implemented into my story where my pastiche Star Wars characters can be how I want them. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You can. In OT, I guess I understand that younglings and people at Temple would be priority. Yeah, I mean, of course, dude. He's trying to get rid of any traces, any threats, new, young, and old. You know, they're not just citizens of Coruscant. They're Jedi. No, incorrect. Incorrect. Star Wars came out, Splinter of the Mind's Eye came out. Everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of us were talking about canon. Empire came out, totally retconned Splinter of the Mind's Eye, and that was canon. So, minimum 1980. Yeah, it was for it. Well, what it was is member berries. That's what it was. It was because the film was weak, and they knew, well, if we throw Vader in there, getting all, just like Luke and Mando season, it's the same exact thing. This shit is weak. It's not doing well. We got to throw in that Hail Mary, and we'll have Vader chop down some rebels, and everybody be like, oh my God, Darth Vader. They didn't even give him the respect of chopping down a Jedi. No, some fucking rebels. It's rebel scum in a hallway. Member berries, dude. Okay, no, you're confused. The sequel trilogy was trash. Has nothing to do with canon. They were just trash movies. Each one individually was garbage. Together as a sequel trilogy, they're complete 3 different films that don't even go together. Complete trash. The fact that they're not Star Wars is because they're not canon. Because they could have been awful films, but respected the legacy, respected the Skywalkers. That's a totally different argument. It's not about them, they're good because they're canon or not. It's because they're trash. Exactly. If you wanted to be canon, you had to respect what came before, and that was George Lucas's movies. They could have done anything they wanted as long as they respected. They chose not to respect. Luke to have a sister. It just wasn't until he decided to make Leia the sister. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Darth Vader means dark father. So, nutballs that wouldn't tell you, hey, he didn't have any idea that he was going to be his father. Do some research. Take canon versus debate out. Disney movies for the large part. Crap, there you go. Poor storytelling, lacking character development and arcs, and full disrespect. There you go. Exactly what I just said. Because she's never mentioned, because she never gets sought out, because when Vader is at his peak, ruling the galaxy, they don't go look for Ahsoka. They look for Luke. When they talk to Luke, they don't tell him about Ahsoka. They don't have him go search out Ahsoka, who's more experienced. They can also teach him. They can also team up and ally with him. Ahsoka also doesn't help the rebels. She's assault from some planet. You just a minute ago said there was no canon discussed back then. That's not why you did. I always loved them because they're respected canon. Kathleen Kennedy is not going anywhere for several years. That is what Bob Chapek said. And good to see you, D. It was cool, though. Man, you guys keep going and going and going. I got to finish this thing. Enjoyed the original Star Wars and that it made millions of dollars because of canon? No, I'm not saying that. They loved them because they were great films. But they were also respected as great films because they maintained continuity. It wasn't Luke Skywalker's a hero and then he's an asshole on a island. Empire would not have been successful. Jedi would not have been successful if they were breaking their own continuity, dude. Wake up. So whether you were thinking about canon or talking about canon, you understood that the story had continuity. Rebels had no way of escape, urgency to get involved. Rebels and Death Star plans and had means of escape. Vader had to get involved. No, it's not urgent. They didn't get anywhere. They got caught 5 minutes later and got the plans. Well, they didn't technically get the plans, but they caught Leia and the damn ship anyway. So there was nothing urgent about it. I knew the canon. I loved it because it was entertaining. Okay. But what you said was there was no canon, and you're contradicting yourself. You said there was no canon, and I'm afraid to tell you, yes, there was, because I, as a young boy, was talking about canon. And before I was born, there was canon. Too many times in life, people think because they're unaware of something or don't know something, no, it doesn't exist. That's not right. And that's not how life works. You have to be humble and listen because guess what? You can learn something. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist or that it's fact. Nothing happens except Ahsoka meeting Vader and Obi-Wan killing Maul. Okay, so Ahsoka, yes. Ahsoka also survives Maul, Darth Vader, and Emperor Palpatine. Right. Started off seemingly good storytelling, but then when Finn and Rey meet, the good storytelling was genocide. Yeah. Like Disney can thrive with their strategy is to alienate the fans, expect them to buy your products. Even people that don't know a thing about business will tell you that. Yeah, you've got the author saying, don't buy my books. And then they turn around and give you a rock. That's part of it. In 77, I loved Star Wars because I love Star Wars, but I continue to love it because it didn't fumble, fuck up everywhere. It was a story. You know, Disney, a story. Nice. He's got some stone cold tweets. Spaceship. It just escaped me. Rogue One does not flow into A New Hope well. Also, it would be stupid to say that this is an ambassadorship after it just fled a battle. Correct. Rogue One breaks canon. It sure does. It's not as bad. It's not as blatant. It's much more respectful, and it's, fun. It feels a little Star Warsy. But when you watch it line for line, scene for scene, you start to say, oh, shit. And I've done that. Go watch my Rogue One stream, and you're going to be like, fuck, he was right. No Hera. Hera's Disney fan fiction. Mon Mothma, Admiral Akbar, Bail Organa. There was no Hera. Yep, he is. Hey, Private Eye. Oh, man, you missed a lot. I'm trying to finish with your comments because I got to go make this damn video. What was that? I don't like... If you don't like my politics, don't buy my books. Exactly. That's what the author said. I don't... Okay, I think I missed this one. I don't like The Secret, but one of my favorite movies. I know you don't like it, but that's just opinion. And it's not my place to tell you what you like. Have a good day. Thanks for the stream. Absolutely. It's not that I don't like Rogue One. It's that it breaks canon. And when you start breaking canon, that means you're not taking it seriously. And if you're not going to take Star Wars seriously, I'm not going to take what you make seriously. It's very, very simple. Millions of people who became fans of the film, very few are aware of the canon from which it sprung and liked it on the basis and respect of the canon. Again, you may not have been consciously thinking about it or talking about it, but the reason you like those films is because they told a continuous story that respected itself and continued itself. So whether you were understood that, thought that, it was there. One story, one movie. Correct. Beginning, middle, and end. Any attempt to rearrange is not canon. Correct. And that's why I tell you guys, as good as this episode of Clone Wars or that thing in Mandalorian or whatever, it doesn't make any difference at the end of the day, because the second it deviates and it breaks canon, it's invalidated. You don't get to choose history. History is fact. Now, can you like it? Have fun with that. I'm not telling you not to. All I'm telling you is that's not my Star Wars. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. I like Hera, don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't like her. I actually do like her quite a bit. But no, she didn't start the rebellion. She was no parts of the starting the rebellion. That's phony baloney macaroni. You knew GL and the canon before Star Wars. I didn't say that. That you liked the film because it respected the canon. You can't be saying... No. I'm saying that once Splinters came out, I read it. Empire came out and totally broke Splinter, destroyed that. And there you go. We all knew what canon was. Obi-Wan invested in after the stories made me fall asleep. They're all dead watching. Was created Kennedy to push her agenda, everything she could do with her trash. She never cared about Star Wars. These woke people are just destroying fandoms. Rey is KK. Know that. In other words, you may not have realized it, but your brain did. Yes, back here, that's why you loved it, because it made sense. Whether you were seeing it, hearing it, saying it, thinking it, is irrelevant. Back here, millions of people love Star Wars because it was a story. Got chores, pilot up, days getting old. Yeah, take care, Tasmania. Good to see you. Thank you for subscribing, Jerome Blue. Thank you for subscribing, Darth Nihilus. Thank you for subscribing, Rich Ramos or Ramus. Thank you for subscribing, Vac Helset. Ezra and Ahsoka are dead, and Grogu never trained in the temple. Amanda's liar that Obi-Wan and Yoda ignored. Correct. Ezra from Rebels was an annoying Aladdin. Yeah, and he's coming. He's coming. The only thing that would have made him interesting is falling to the dark side and forcing Kanan to have to kill him, and he dies in the process. Phantom Menace to dislike all videos on Disney YouTube channel to show your response and anger to keeping Kathleen Kennedy. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. Make it trend. I can never seem to convince my friends in high school that Ahsoka is a Jedi. Well, I mean, here's the thing. It's like I've said many times. You're a firefighter for 30 years. You get fired or quit today. Tomorrow, your neighbor's house is on fire. You're not a firefighter anymore? You don't know what it is to be a firefighter. You don't have your boots laying in the garage. You're just going to sit there and watch your neighbor's house burn down because, I'm not a firefighter anymore. So this bullshit with Ahsoka's not a Jedi, so blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. No. Bullshit. And yet, she's talking to Grogu through the Force. She's pushing rocks with the Force. She's telling Mando to go to the Seeing Stone. Why didn't she use the fucking Seeing Stone to help Yoda or Obi-Wan or Luke or Leia? Oh, that's right, because that shit never happened. Not important. It's the only rules. It's the facts. We're not talking about a possession. We're talking about history. Disney has the right to do whatever they want, but all the fans have the right, as they are, to turn their backs on them. Because they chose to disrespect history, or in this case, lore, canon. Disney can do whatever they want. They can burn the shit down. They are. They're giving you a rock, for Christ's fucking sake. Doesn't mean we're going to support it. You cannot alter history. History is what it is. You can come later and write your own little story about what happened. But that doesn't negate the fact of what happened. Says it's canon, it's canon. That's the only truth. And it's okay to make new stories and branch out and do other stuff, but when you're purposely destroying Luke Skywalker, when you're purposely going and contradicting what George Lucas said and made in the films, then you've chosen the path of getting your ass reamed by the fans. Youngling or Jedi. Just because they don't have the official title, dude, they're still Jedi. They're part of the order. They live in the temple. They're practicing as Jedi. You're now looking at titles. Like, am I officially a knight? She wasn't a Jedi Knight. She was a Jedi Padawan, correct? You're not Anakin's Padawan because you're not a Jedi. Hello? I love this because you guys are always like trying to find an angle. And remember, you're looking at this, and I'm looking at this. I already got the answer. Nope, there is no way, any which way, how, that Ahsoka can be alive after Order 66. Sorry. It doesn't matter. She was a Jedi. Flunk or not, drop out or not, she's a Jedi. And she behaves as a Jedi. That's what's most important. A lot of people would. No. That's like saying I own a printing press and I'm going to rewrite all the history because I own a newspaper, so now I get to write whatever I want. That's not how it works. It's not how that works. Now, granted, you might get over on some people that have never read before, but historians are going to strike your ass down because no, you don't just get to rewrite history to your liking. And that was Disney's mistake. Is one, they didn't care about the franchise. Two, they thought, well, we can just do whatever we want with it because now we own it. But they didn't understand the franchise, and they certainly didn't understand the fans. That no, you cannot break canon. Absolutely fucking not. Not in Star Wars. Maybe in Strawberry Shortcake or whatever other franchise, but not in Star Wars. Not really. George Lucas does. You can have your personal canon private. I am not stopping you. Anybody can have their own personal canon. But true canon? Correct. 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 Start connecting the dots. Stop looking at things isolated. Look at this and connect the dots. Know which way can Ahsoka be alive. All right, guys. If it wasn't for I have to make a video, I would stay on with you guys. You know me. But I got to get this video done. So, how many of you are here? 40 people. Damn, I hate to leave the stream, but yeah, I mean, you can have your own. All I'm saying is that understand that official canon is official canon. Too late. No, you don't have to accept anything. Hashtag sell Lucasfilm. Get that shit out of Mickey's gloves. Well, now you show up. I'm about to end the stream. True fan and testament for straight Star Wars purists. You and Dave Filoni should be running Star. Well, no, I would fire Dave Filoni, so that's not the correct answer. I would fire him. Yeah, I know, but I'm about to end this. I got to make a video. My pleasure. Normally, you know, I would stay with you guys, but I got a hot video. I got to get it done. There was 100 people in here. It's one of my bigger streams. I wonder how many views it actually has. We'll see when I end the stream. Oh, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying. Yeah. Thank you so much. 10-4? 10-4? Okay, 10-4, like Roger. I don't hate Dave Filoni, but he hates Star Wars. He keeps breaking canon. He says he loves Star Wars and George Lucas, and yet he's contradicting. Boba Fett's not a Mandalorian. Oh, wait a minute, he is a Mandalorian. Ahsoka's supposed to be dead. No, Ahsoka lives. Here comes Ahsoka. Now she's got a show, and she's in every other fucking show. And Dave Filoni, if nothing else, minimum, I would get him in a room, me and him, and I would grill him for like 8 hours and be like, what the fuck are you doing? And then warn him, listen, you fucking even, first of all, Ahsoka, gone today. You make her die. And not like today die, like you need to write her now, retroactively died. If you want to keep your job, Ahsoka's out of there. You're going to respect fucking George. Number 2, I see you even think about breaking canon again. Your ass is canned. And that's if I don't just fire him right off the bat. And he knows the shit. I'm not saying he doesn't, but he's choosing to not give a fuck. I will remind you, he was on the set of The Last Jedi and sat there and allowed Kathleen Kennedy and Rian Johnson create Jake Skywalker. Dave Filoni must go. Talks about episode 1 through 6, interview on YouTube. It sounds like he really gets it, but I agree with you. Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't know Star Wars. He does. He knows he's great trivia, and he knows things. He's seen things I will never see, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean he loves and respects and truly understands the story of Star Wars. For the most part, he does. Again, I'm not saying he doesn't know the shit, but he chooses to disrespect it, which is no good to us. It's worse. He knows the shit. You like, okay, cool. I will take a look at it. No, he didn't sell out. Grill him, set it up, good vibes. Okay. Yeah, again, guys, you know me. I would stay 12 hours with you, but I got to get this video. I got to get this thing up hot. It's hot on the griddle. I got to get it up. So, who knows? Maybe I'll come back on later in a few hours if you guys are still popping around. If you guys want me to come back on when this publishes, which will be in the next few minutes, put in the comments, come back, or something like that, and maybe I'll stream a few more hours tonight. But I got to get this video done. Plus, I have another video that I was just about to put out. And worst case, Friday we will do a New Hope Part 2, assuming that some other big thing didn't come out. But, you know, and I hate to leave, but I got to get this video done. It's hot on the griddle. It's popping. The fans should raise money and retcon the sequels and bring back the EU with live action. The only way if the fans did it. Yeah, but again, it goes back to the problem. Who's going to be in charge? Because you're going to want this. He's going to want that. He's going to want that. And now we're all arguing about, but Luke should do that. Anakin should have done that. Some of you are going to want it. But I like this episode of Clone Wars. Me, I've told you. I'm going to go in and it's all bye. All gone. So be careful. George no longer works for Lucasfilm. It doesn't matter. You still have to respect the past. And that's the core here, is disrespect. I'm going to ruin Luke, Dave, whatever, as long as Ahsoka gets in. Yep, and that's exactly it. Most heelish thing to say is, I didn't sell out, I bought in. Filoni is playing the game to keep his job, give us good stuff, but unfortunately has to be slightly in line with Disney. No, he doesn't have to do that. He could have walked away at any time. He could have said, Kathleen, this is not correct. You cannot do that to Luke Skywalker. He's got millions of dollars, and if he would have left, not only would the media chewed the shit out of Disney and embarrassed the fuck out of them because he walked away, but he would have a new job in 30 seconds. Any studio would hire him. It's called integrity. And he has none. Because if he truly loved Star Wars and truly loved George Lucas, he would have put up a fight and said, no, Kathleen, you cannot do this to Luke Skywalker. But out of his own mouth, he said Luke Skywalker didn't do anything. All he did was open the door, the cell door for Leia, and she did everything. Dave Filoni literally said that. That's an hour. No way. I gotta record this video, edit it, thumbnail. It's gonna be at least a couple hours. The sooner I get off, sooner maybe more violent Schindlers. Sabine OnlyFans. Lucasfilm, he'd just do a show about his visions. Yep. And he would promote Dave Filoni and be like, go crazy, Dave. Do 16 Ahsoka shows. Listen, I loved Ahsoka Tano. From the very first second. She got the little baby Jabba. I liked her. Sky Guy, R2E, all that. I had no problem. I liked her. I liked the concept. I liked the idea. It was George Lucas's creation. I understood why, and I knew that she would mature and grow. I loved that they gave her arcs, that she matured, and that she grew. I had no problem with Ahsoka. It's not a matter of me not liking Ahsoka. It's a matter of respecting the fucking canon. Ahsoka breaks the entire OT and Revenge of the Sith. She sat there and heard Darth Maul tell her that the Republic is under control, the Senate is under control by a Sith Lord, and that Anakin's about to become a Sith Lord. And she sat there and did nothing. So, before Order 66, but definitely by Order 66, I want nothing to do with Ahsoka, punk-ass, bitch-ass, betrayer of the Republic, Jedi, and everything else. Rock only fans, correct. Okay, I'm going to get off so I can do this. Maybe I will see you guys a little bit later. Thank you so much. 100 viewers, that was awesome. I can't wait to see how many views this actually had. You guys are awesome. I thank you so much for the support. I'm already almost at 1,300 subscribers, or 11,300 subscribers. Thank you so much. You guys make that shit happen. I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. You can always leave me a comment. You can always DM me on Twitter. You can always write me at notmystarwars1977@gmail.com. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. I hope you have a great time. 7:30 p.m. Let me see what I can do, but it's going to take me at least an hour. I got to record, edit. I mean, it's going to be a short video, but still. I'll see what I can do. I got to make dinner. I mean, and normally I wouldn't get off. You know I'd stay with you guys, but today something's on. It's on the griddle. It's on the griddle. I got to get it. Got to get it. Got to get it. All right. Love you guys. Thank you so much. I'll leave you with a little outro. And
arrogant punk, if I didn't have more important things to do, I'd let Video Man put you in your place.
all right, guys. I will see you soon. If not sooner, Friday evening, A New Hope, Part 2. Appreciate you. Thank you for everything. You will have 1 or 2 videos coming in the next few hours. I might push the other one back till tomorrow, so you have a video for tomorrow, but you will get at least 1 tonight. So, and we'll see about maybe I come back on. So, be sure to
get your ass to Mars. Get your ass to Mars.
And
please like the video if you liked it. If you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself.
by the way, she's being cast as The Rock. So we'll be seeing her soon in the High Republic movie. See you guys soon. Thank you for coming. May the Force be with you. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you.